Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby now called to order. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, and distinguished guests. As we gather here today, during this auspicious Virgin Islands History Month, it is my honor to address this committee and to reflect on the rich tapestry of our heritage. Act 6802, a landmark legislation sponsored by former Senator Sean Michael Malone and signed into law by the esteemed former Governor Charles W. Turnbull in 2006, has paved the way for us to celebrate our unique history and the contributions of Virgin Islanders to the world. In the spirit of VI History Month, let us delve into the stories that have shaped our identity and recognize the pivotal role that Virgin Islanders have played in shaping history. It is a time for us to celebrate the richness of our heritage and the resilience of our people, honoring the legacy of those who came before us. I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the remarkable individuals who have left a mark on Virgin Islands history, including the likes of Caspar Holstein, Hubert Henry Harrison, David Hamilton Jackson, Queen Mary Thomas, Queen Agnes Solomon, Queen Mathilda McBean, and Queen Susanna Abramson, as well as General Bodho and Edward Wilmot Blyden. Their contributions have been instrumental in shaping our community and inspiring generations to come. Furthermore, as we also observe Women's History Month, it is essential to highlight the invaluable contributions of our women to our society, both past and present. I would like to recognize the trailblazing women who have served in our government, including Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen, may God bless her soul, Senator Lorraine Berry, may God bless her soul, Senator Ruby Rouse, may God bless her soul as well, and former Delegate to Congress Dana Christian, and many others too numerous to mention. Their dedication and leadership have been instrumental in advancing the rights and opportunities of all Virgin Islanders. Before we proceed with the agenda of today's Senate hearing, let us take a moment to reflect on the legacies of these individuals and the importance of preserving and honoring our history. May we draw inspiration from their stories as we work towards a brighter future for the Virgin Islands. Thank you. I would also like to take this time to wish everyone a happy Carnival. As I woke up this morning, I saw some good news. I saw the release and the pictures of the entertainment that we have lined up. So, such a coincidence, we have the Department of Tourism before us, and we look forward to having a very great conversation here today. Before we get to the roll call, I would like for the Mr. Clerk to read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture has scheduled a meeting for Wednesday, March 13, 2024 at 10 a.m. at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. The committee will receive testimonies concerning Bill number 35-0232 and status updates from governmental agencies, the Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Block 1. Bill number 35-0232, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Section 339A, relating to the division of festivals by eliminating the assistant directors, increasing the number of directors from 1 to 3, and requiring each director to submit a financial report to the chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Operations, and Finance of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Sponsor, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Joseph Bosholte, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Mr. Ian Turnbull, Director of the Division of Festivals of the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Mr. Halver Hart, Assistant Director, St. Thomas Carnival, Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Ms. Leona Smith, Assistant Director of the St. John Celebration, Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Mr. Shamari Haynes, Assistant Director of St. Croix Festivals, Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. The Honorable Janelle K. Saru, former Senator. Mr. Dean Baptiste, St. Croix resident, entertainer, and band member. Ms. Rena Francis, St. Croix resident and booth owner. Mistress Jacqueline E. Thomas Eastman, St. Croix resident and booth owner. Mr. Edwin Thomas, St. Croix resident and booth owner. And Mr. Samuel Ferdinand, St. Croix resident, entertainer, and calypsonian. Mr. Chair, that is the conclusion of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, are there any correspondences to read on
Yes.
the record? Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair. March 13, 2024, Honorable Senator Javon E. James Sr., 35th Legislature, Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Greetings, Senator James. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture scheduled for 10 a.m. on Wednesday, March 13, 2024, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers due to a previously scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. With regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 35th Legislature and member of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Letter dated March 13, 2024. The Honorable Senator Javon E. James Sr., Chairperson of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Number 30022, Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Dear Chairperson James, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. With kindness regards, Senator Donna Fret Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, Finance of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated March 7, 2024. The Honorable Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, number 3022, Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Senator James, I, Leona Smith, Assistant Director of the St. John Celebration for the Department of Tourism, am responding to correspondence regarding providing testimony on Bill number 35-0232. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the hearing due to an off-island commitment. I am, however, in support of the current structure. If you need any information, please feel free to reach out to me at 340-690-3692. Again, my sincere apologies for not being present. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Best regards, Leona Smith, Assistant Director of the St. John Celebration. And Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, once we take an official roll call, please update the roll call based on those correspondences.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Clerk, can you please proceed with the roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel Bocas, Jr.
Present.
Senator Bocas, Jr., present. Senator Diane Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent.
Chair.
Senator Capehart, present. Senator Alma Frances Heiliger. Senator Frances Heiliger, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Present. Senator James Sr., present. Mr. Chair, 2 absent, 4 present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as indicated, based on those correspondences, you'll make the appropriate updates. Before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Donna Fred Gregory. To mark her as present, please. Also, the presence of our President. Thank you for being here, Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. And I believe, pardon me one moment, was Senator DeGraff mentioned in the roll call, Mr. Clerk?
No. Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Okay, let's take the roll call again, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel Bocas Jr.
Present.
Senator Bocas Jr., present. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Here.
Senator Capehart, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. No. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Alma Frances Heiliger. Senator Frances Heiliger, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Fred Gregory, present. And Senator Javon E. James Sr. Present. Senator James Sr., present. Mr. Chair, 1 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Majority Leader Kenneth Gittins as well. Thank you for being here with us this morning. Before we proceed or move forward, I want to outline some housekeeping rules. Please keep your cell phones on silent or vibrate. I would also like to ask the testifiers to please consistently identify yourselves by name and title before making statements or replying to questions from the senators in order for our in-house stenographers to accurately account for today's hearing. We're going to move forward with Block 1, which is Bill number 35-0232, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Section 339A, relating to the division of festivals by eliminating the assistant directors, increasing the number of directors from 1 to 3, and requiring each director to submit a financial report to the chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Before I ask the bill sponsor to speak to the bill, I would like to also mention, colleagues, as we discuss the idea of expanding the leadership of the Division of Festivals, it is important for us to consider the benefits and challenges that may come with it. Who speaks to this bill?
I do. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Before I even start, I would like for us all to extend a moment of silence for Mr. Hugh Pemberton, better known as Mr. P, who have contributed a lot to our festival, our carnivals, and all the events that took part. He used to come out there and just broadcast our festival free of charge. So we'd like for us to take a moment of silence in honor of Mr. Hugh Pemberton. Thank you very much. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing, listening audience. Good morning to all the testifiers. Today we convene to address a critical matter concerning the cultural, heritage, and physical stewardship of the Virgin Islands. The proposed bill number 350232 that amends Title III of Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Section 339A, about the division of festival. This bill represents a pivotal opportunity to streamline operation, enhance accountability, and ensure that our festival thrives with efficiency and integrity. At the heart of this bill lies by elimination of 3 assistant director positions within the division of festival. Whilst these roles may have once served a purpose, our evolving landscape demands a leaner, more agile approach to festival management. By removing redundant layers of bureaucracy, we can empower our festival leadership to make swift, informed decisions and allocate resources more effectively towards our success of our cultural celebration. Furthermore, the bill proposed increase the number of directors from 1 to 3, stipulating that each director must reside on the island they are appointed to serve. This residency requirement ensures that festival leadership is deeply rooted in their communities, fostering a closer connection to local culture, tradition, and logistic needs. By enlisting directors who intimately understand the nuisance of their respective island, we can better tailor festival programs to reflect and celebrate each community's unique identity. Equally important is introducing a robust accountability mechanism mandating that each director submits a detailed financial report to the chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands within 120 days after conclusion of each respective event. This provision safeguards against financial mismanagement, promotes transparency, and enables legislature oversight to ensure that taxpayers' dollars are spent responsibly and ethically. In summary, the proposed bill number 350232 seeks to amend Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Section 339A, represent a significant stride towards optimizing the division of festival for the benefit of all Virgin Islands. By eliminating redundant positions, increase local representation, and enhance financial transparency, we can usher in a new era, efficiency, accountability, and culture vibrance in our festival landscape. I say this without any fear that we must do better with the taxpayers' dollar. We have to be more accountable, and we have to spend the money and let the people know what we're spending the money for. We also have to understand that each island brings its own unique cultural differences, and it is very important that those and them that serve in this position understands each island and its culture. I thank you for your attention. I urge you to support this vital legislative initiative for the betterment of our beloved Virgin Island and its people. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I would like for the testifiers to please put their name and title on the record.
Good morning, Senator Angel Bocas, esteemed senators. My name is Ian Turnbull, Director for the Division of Festivals.
Good morning, Senators. Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Good morning, Senators. Assistant Director, St. Thomas Halberhart III.
Okay, thank you. Are there any testifiers virtually? Or I apologize, let's start with St. Croix, and then we'll go to our virtual testifiers. Please proceed.
Jamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Samuel Ferdinand, St. Croix, testifier.
Good morning, Rena Francis, resident booth owner.
Okay, thank you very much. And I understand that we have no virtual testifiers. I see Senator Johnson, you're trying to get my attention. Oh, I apologize. I acknowledge the presence of Senator Maurice James. Thank you for being here with us today. So no virtual testifiers. So what we're going to do now is begin testimony, and we're going to start here in this chamber with the Division of Festivals. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Alani Henneman, for the record, once again, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism. Good morning, Economic Development and Agriculture Committee Chairman, Honorable Senator Javon E. James, Sr., committee members, and senators of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. As I stated, I am Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner of Tourism. Today, I will be testifying on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Bosholti, who is unable to attend today's hearing. Pursuant to your invitation, Director of Festivals Ian Turnbull, Assistant Director Shamari Haynes, Assistant Director Halver Hart III, and I are here to provide testimony with regards to Bill number 35-0232. An act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Section 339A, in relation to eliminating assistant directors within the Division of Festivals and increasing the number of directors to 3, with each director submitting a financial report to the chairperson of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This new bill infringes on the executive branch's ability to manage its operations, staffing, and departmental practices. The Commissioner of Tourism, as the lead of this agency, should be the only designated representative reporting on all legislative matters or the Commissioner's appointed designee. Changing the title of each assistant director per island does not negate the tourism department's internal procedures and checks and balances. As it stands, each assistant director composes an outline for his or her upcoming festival event and submits each request to the executive team, which includes the director of festival, the assistant commissioner, and the commissioner of tourism or a commissioner appointee. The executive and festival teams then vet the proposed outline together as one inclusive unit to finalize and compose the upcoming festival schematic. For many years, the festivals of the U.S. Virgin Islands operated as siloed entities, building successful events that created the base groundwork for the platform we use today. However, in hindsight, it is clear that operationally, it lacked a unified base connecting one to another and limited the growth of any individual entity as one metaphorically competed with the next. Since its inception in 2019, the Division of Festival, as a part of the Department of Tourism, has grown our territory's festival events, including the 3 carnival celebrations, the Crucian Christmas Festival, St. John's Celebration, and St. Thomas Carnival, into a unified powerhouse brand, whose entity is respected and admired within the region and throughout the diaspora. Our department has also proven to be community-friendly and adaptable to community needs. We will continue to be nimble and make the necessary changes to improve, strengthen, and execute world-class events. The growth of the USVI festival events, which positively impacts the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, also known as the TARF, has increased visitation around the said events throughout the territory by over 200% in hotel bookings from 2022 to 2023. The increase is a direct result of the Department of Tourism's ongoing marketing and communication tactics, From digital advertisements to in-person marketing activations, the integration of festival messaging into the overarching strategy, including 3 Reasons to FET campaign, benefits the constantly expanding reach and interest in visitation around events. The current structure of the Division of Festivals is a strong proponent of this success. Our 3 islands, unified by one single director who works directly with the Commissioner of Tourism and the executive team, can operate with a broader, more expansive brand ideation that correlates to the overarching tourism brand. While together, the director and assistant directors support, ideate, and execute events that have showcased expansive maturation, as exhibited in the 65% growth in troop participation, 40% increase in vendors, 43% territory-wide increase in airlift, and an increase of over 10,000 passengers, leading directly to increased overnight stays in attendance when comparing the 2018 to 2019 data to the 2022 to 23 combined carnival seasons. This collaboration is beneficial not only for external growth, but also internally, as the aggregated unit without competition allows for the sharing of contacts and elevates the negotiation power for top-tier acts, which brings spotlights to the territory for local and up-and-coming artists to use as catalysts for their own shining moments. Within the past 2 years, as the territory resurged from the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen firsthand how the power of the current festival structure has benefited the territory with our executive and festival teams' cross-collaboration. Broadening the aspects of festivals and providing support to integrate aspects into the overarching marketing strategy. To showcase our festival's culture and major events, including Uber Soca Cruise, national football and Major League Baseball games, major mainstream music and lifestyle events, and other hybrid in-market events. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our advertising, earned media, and influencer campaigns, which are other benefits of having the combined festivals team integrated into the Department of Tourism. Within the past year alone, we have garnered more than 3.2 million website sessions for paid media campaigns, earned media placements in outlets including Travel and Leisure, Essence, and the Caribbean Journal, amounting to more than 560.7 million media impressions and more than 12.8 million social media impressions. All in all, marketing our festivals has contributed to an impressive $379 million generated in hotel room revenues in 2023 as a direct correlation to paid media results. In the tourism industry, a less mentioned key performance indicator is the complementary adaptation or incorporation of one's marketing operations converted and included in industry peers' portfolios. The integration of festivals under government tourism departments/divisions in countries like Trinidad, St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua, and even our neighbors in the British Virgin Islands have been publicized as major industry advancements. As a department, we stand firm in the belief of one band, one sound, which signifies the strength and the impact of the current structure. The Festivals Division is not only beneficial to the promotion of the USVI in individual markets and events, but it is also beneficial to the overarching marketing strategy of the territory. Moving in sync as one U.S. Virgin Islands under unified districts elevates the presence of our festivals and territory as a leading travel destination, allowing us to grow our footprint in this extremely competitive tourism market and the Caribbean region. This is exhibited in our recent inclusion of the United Nations Best Performing Destination in 2023 list, where they spotlighted the U.S. Virgin Islands having a more than 23% increase in global travelers versus 2019. In closing, I want to thank the members of the Senate, Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, and the prodigious members of the Department of Tourism for their unwavering commitment to elevating the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have. That concludes the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Department of Tourism, Division of Festivals. Next, we will have Miss Rena Francis.
Good day, Honorable Senator Jamal James, Chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Honorable Senator Franklin D. Johnson, bill sponsorer, and other committee members and senators present. I am Rena Francis, resident of St. Croix, Virgin Island, and a long-term booth owner in the St. Croix Christian Christmas Festival, dubbed Festival. I submit to you my support for the proposed amendments for Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 339A in its entirety. Over the years, I've witnessed changes in the manner in which our festival has been managed. I've learned to navigate those changes in hope for better conditions and improved festival season. Over the years, I've celebrated successes as well as suffered through the results of changes. The establishment of the Division of Festival with the Department of Tourism as amended by law in the year 2019 was celebrated by many. The anticipated improvement under the leadership of the Division of Festival were valued added to cultural and festival experience, transparency, equity, and accountability. The first year of the festival under the leadership of the Division of Tourism was very challenging. The maximum numbers of booths increased by approximately 15. That year, for instance, the electrical demand for the power grid, resulted in my booth being without power for half the festival season. My operation was adversely affected. However, I commended Shamari Haynes, the Assistant Director, the Division of Tourism, for his constant communication and presence in attempt to address my electrical challenges. In the end, it was the growing pains that accompany changes. Thus, over the years, I continue to be supportive, hopeful, and fluid. Fast forward from Festival 2019-2020, I observed activities taking place throughout the community during the 2023-2024 Cruise and Christmas Festival season. Observations and questions pondered by me and others are, why is the Division of Tourism sponsoring activities less than a mile away from the festival village ground, taken away from and competing with its own product? Why is the festival village activities scheduled until midnight when it's customary to operate until 2 a.m. on weekends? Why do booth owners have to communicate with a director of festival on the island of St. Thomas who is not familiar with our needs? Why is communication with booth owners relegated to a WhatsApp group chat? Will there be representation of booth owners in the form of a booth owner association, for example? Why was the projected cost for booths doubled when the number of days for the season reduced by half? How are funds allocated to each of the Virgin Islands celebration, Virgin Islands Carnival, Cruise and Christmas Festival, St. John Celebration? How are funds expended? Are we getting the best efforts on our behalf? Why is our entertainment in the village not part with that of our sister island? And who is the Festival Village ground manager that is present on the ground during the hours of operation to address emergency? While the Director of Festival appears to lead, while the Assistant Director of Festival appeared to lead the festival on St. Croix, his effort and passion this past season did not mirror that in 2019. Questions are being asked, questions are being answered or ignored on the WhatsApp group communication by the director, leaving me feeling disenfranchisement. Who do I look to for accountability? In summary, I would like to commend the Division of Tourism for the job they've done with promoting the island's celebration. The bill amendment of Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Section 339A, appointing a director for each island will further improve the cultural and festival experience, transparency, equity, and accountability. Each director will be held accountable for representing the island in creating a festive and cultural experience. Be the point of contact with issues surrounding the island's celebration. Remain transparent in the management of fund and the tourism and cultural product representatives of each island, of each respected island, and answer to the people they serve. Thank you, Senators, for the opportunities to present today. Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your vision and sponsorship of the bill aimed to improvement of our celebration under the Division of Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rena Francis. And now we'll proceed to Mr. Edwin Thomas. No, I apologize. Okay, so Mr. Samuel Ferdinand.
Good morning. Good morning. Testimony on behalf of Mr. Samuel Ferdinand. Greetings to all. My name is Samuel Ferdinand.
I apologize, Madam Clerk. Is the testifier not there in the chambers? We only
Yes,
want.
sir.
We only want.
He's under the weather.
The testifier has to read the testimony on the record.
No problem.
Okay, please, next testifier. Who is in the well over there in St. Croix?
Point of information, please, Mr. Chair.
Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to acknowledge that Mr. Ferdinand is here. He says he's under the weather and he prefers if someone can read his testimony. That's why Mr. Diane Hazelwood out of my office was reading his testimony for him. He said he didn't want to come, but he didn't want to be left out on this.
Noted, Senator. Let me ask you, will Mr. Ferdinand be able to answer questions?
Yes, he said he will gladly answer the questions. He'll be here to answer questions, but he just didn't want to go through this entire reading, saving his voice, I guess, to be able to rebut and answer the questions to from any of their colleagues.
Okay, with the understanding that Mr. Ferdinand will be answering questions when presented to him, please proceed with the testimony. But I just want to make it clear that Mr. Ferdinand will have to answer questions if any questions are presented to him.
Yes, Mr. Chair, he acknowledged that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator. Please proceed, Madam Clerk.
Greetings to all. My name is Samuel Ferdinand, better known as the Mighty Pat. People know me as a Calypsonian, but I'm very versatile with music of all styles in which I write my own songs. People also underestimate me, sometimes even look down on me until they feel my wrath in songs. But I must say carnival and festival are gone to the dogs. I remember when people used to look forward to going to these events. Now it's just a strip teeth all the way from home and back. Remember when John Bell, Helen Joseph, and Fashetti Romney and others used to run festival, they made sure that the Calypsonians sang every year in the festival village. They will also bring in outside artists with the locals. But now all of that is done because Carnival and Festival now became a money laundering company. Because the kind of ridiculous money they pay artists to come here and sing makes people wonder who drug lord money they are laundering. Can't be the people's money that taxpayers pay into government, God forbid. Question, would these gangsters take their money and give it to them? Question, how our government sit back and let these good-for-nothing strives on the backs of the government without penalties? Question, how could the senators who we put in office to represent us sit back and let them take advantage of the people they are elected to serve? At least one of the members of the 35th legislature eyes are open. Thanks to Senator Franklin Johnson for his observation and readiness to stop these gangsters from operating their ridiculous Ponzi circuses who pay these outside artists hundreds of thousands of dollars on the locals' pennies. I hope more of the senators will see them for what they are and put an end to these vagabonds. Festival is in St. Croix and Carnival is on St. Thomas and should not be run by the same people. St. Croix must have their own people to run festival, and St. Thomas must have their own people to run carnival. Tourism is the worst thing that happened to these events. Get rid of them. God bless the Virgin Islands. In conclusion, I support Bill number 35-0232, an act that will amend Title III of Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Section 339A, relating to the division of festivals by eliminating the assistant directors, increasing the number of directors from 1 to 3, and requiring each director to submit a financial report to the chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. When the people who was there before tourism took over Carnival and Festival, they were actually paying the Calypsonians $10K for first place, $7K for second place, and $5K for third place, and all other participants got $1K. Now that tourism took over Carnival and Festival, they are paying $7.5K for first place, $5K for second place, $4K for third place, and all other participants are paid $400. I see tourism as a disgrace to Carnival and should be removed from running our festival and Carnival committees and send it back to the former entity that used to run it before. I look forward to answering any questions that this body may have. Samuel Ferdinand. That concludes the reading of the testimony.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next testifier, Ms. Jacqueline E. Thomas Eastman. Are you in the chambers? No? Okay. Mr. Dean Baptiste? Not there either? Okay. So with that said, I believe we have...
Point of information. Point of information.
Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. Chair, I just received a call from former Senator Janelle Sarro, and she says that she would like to come online and do her testimony. So if we may, can we have a 5 minutes recess, Mr. Chair, so that she could log in and do her testimony?
Ms. Senator, we started at 10 o'clock. Someone else can proceed if there's another testifier there, but based on the agenda that I have before me...
I'm on.
Oh, there she is.
I think she's
okay.
on right now, Mr. Chair.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Former Senator Sarro, please place your name and title on the record for the stenographer.
Thank you. I am Janelle Sarro, former senator at the legislature. Please excuse my parents. I'm on a field trip with my students. Can I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Honorable Chairman James, esteemed members of the committee, distinguished guests and fellow citizens. I am Janelle Kate Sarro, a former senator and a steadfast advocate for the cultural vibrancy and economic prosperity of our beloved Virgin Islands. It is with a deep sense of responsibility and commitment that I come before you today to provide comprehensive testimony regarding the legislation that established the division of festivals within the Department of Tourism. The genesis of this legislation, conceived in collaboration with Senator Myron Jackson, was rooted in a vision of fostering parity among the islands of our archipelago while celebrating and preserving the rich tapestry of our cultural heritage. We sought to establish a framework that would empower each island to showcase its unique attributes and traditions. thereby instilling a sense of pride and identity among our people and captivating visitors to the authenticity of our cultural offerings. The pivotal decision to relocate the Virgin Islands Cultural and Heritage Institute to sit within the Department of Tourism was a strategic move aimed at synergizing efforts to promote and preserve our cultural legacy. By integrating the Institute's resources and expertise into the Division of Festivals, we envision a dynamic platform that would not only showcase traditional festivals like Carnival, but also spotlight lesser-known cultural gems such as film festivals, food festivals, and literary events. Regrettably, despite the noble intentions behind the legislation, the implementation has fallen short of our expectations. While Carnival and festivals remain a cornerstone of our cultural calendar, other cultural initiatives have languished, and the full spectrum of our cultural diversity remains largely untapped. The defunct state of the Virgin Islands Cultural and Heritage Institute stands as a stark reminder of the unfulfilled promise of our legislation and the urgent need for course correction. Moreover, the original intent of establishing a territorial director, supported by assistant directors for each island, was to ensure comprehensive oversight and equitable distribution of resources. Central to our legislative mandate was the imperative of accountability and transparency in the operations. There remains a glaring lack of clarity regarding the return of investment of our cultural events. While anecdotal evidence may abound of the positive impact of festivals on tourism and local economies, the absence of robust metrics and financial reporting hampers our ability to assess the true efficacy and value proposition of these initiatives. While commendable, the attendance at professional football games and carnivals merely scratches the surface of cultural immersion. To truly gauge the efficacy and breadth of the division's endeavors, one must venture into the realms of cinematic exploration at film festivals, revel in the melodic fabric of international jazz festivals like St. Lucia's, and savor the culinary delights showcased at events such as Taste the World. Are these diverse cultural expressions accorded the same degree of attention and investment as our flagship carnivals and festivals? Or do we inadvertently perpetuate a myopic focus on traditional festivals as its sole litmus test of success? The division must broaden their horizons and embrace a more expansive conception of cultural engagement, one that celebrates the richness and diversity of human experience in all its myriad forms. As of present, St. Croix remains devoid of an assistant director within the Division of Festivals, while the Department of Tourism conspicuously boasts 2 assistant commissioners and 2 deputy commissioners, emblematic of a top-heavy administrative structure. In deliberating upon this legislation, it is incumbent upon this esteemed body to engage in a rigorous examination of pertinent inquiries. Firstly, it behooves each of you to scrutinize the degree of autonomy afforded to assistant directors in articulating and executing their island-specific objectives and initiatives. Are these individuals empowered to wield substantive influence in decision-making processes, or are their efforts stifled by bureaucratic constraints and centralized directives? Secondly, you must ascertain the extent to which the voices of assistant directors resonate within the echelons of authority. Are their perspectives solicited and valued in shaping policy frameworks and operational strategies, or do they find themselves marginalized within the hierarchical landscape of the department? Lastly, you must interrogate the notion of parity within a division of festivals, both in terms of resource allocation and decision-making authority. Is there equitable distribution of resources and opportunities among the islands, or do disparities persist, perpetuating a sense of inequity and disenfranchisement? In essence, the efficacy of the proposed legislation hinges upon your ability to address these critical questions and confront the systemic challenges that undermine the equitable and effective governance of our cultural assets. In the event that tangible evidence contradicts the aforementioned observations, The proposed restructuring advocated by Senator Franklin Johnson emerges as a promising avenue for revitalization of the division of festivals. This restructuring offers a unique opportunity to recalibrate the division's objectives, aligning them more closely with the original vision articulated in the legislation. Through the decentralization of leadership and the delegation of greater autonomy to island directors, we can cultivate an environment wherein local communities are empowered to assume stewardship of their cultural heritage. This approach prioritizes authenticity, inclusivity, and sustainability, fostering a dynamic and participatory cultural landscape. Thank you for your attention, and this concludes my testimony.
Thank you, former Senator Janelle Sarro, for your testimony. And I believe that is the last testifier on Bill number 35-0232. So, colleagues, we will have a 6-minute round with a burning question on the back end with 1 minute for a total of 7 minutes. The order is going to be Vice President Blyden, Senator Capehart, Senator DeGraff, Senator Heileger, Senator Francis Jr., Senator... I apologize, she's not here. I apologize. So after DeGraff would be President Francis Jr. Okay. So it would be Capehart and then President Francis Jr., then Senator DeGraff, then Senator Fred Gregory, then Majority Leader Gittins, then James Sr., and then James Maurice. I received it how I received it. I'm doing my best. Either way, 6 minutes first round, one burning question, 1 minute. And before we start, I wanted to pose a question to the Division of Festivals. You indicated in your testimony that having 3 directors managing festivals on different islands potentially could lead to inconsistencies in management and approaches and duplication of efforts. And more so that a unified leadership structure might be more effective in ensuring that festivals across the islands share a more cohesive vision and operational standards. Could you sort of elaborate on that a bit more for us so that we can understand your full vision on that?
Good morning again. Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner of Tourism. As it stands, we have representation on all 3 islands as assistant directors of festivals. Within the hierarchy of the festival division, they report to a director. However, in planning the actual events, each assistant director is tasked with planning their event, and then they bring a proposal to the team where we add resources or as a unit. So it's not just the St. Croix, St. John, St. Thomas. It is St. John brings their proposal forward. The assistant director for St. Thomas and St. Croix have feedback into that as we look at a collective platform of how we're going to move festival forward for that year. So the plan itself is proposed by the assistant director for the island. I'm sorry.
Please pause for a second. Someone's microphone is live on. Please mute. Please proceed, Assistant Director.
So as it stands, for the island, the assistant director brings the platform forward for the entire team to review. Even before it gets to the commissioner and I and the executive team, the assistant directors with the director look at what is proposed before it even gets to us. So it's the individual, then the internal festival team, and then it comes to us so that we could attach funding or ideas that may have come through a larger marketing platform that we work for the festival or the carnival.
So there's an overall strategic approach surrounding the cultural observances of festivals, carnivals, celebrations, what have you. But there is a strategic approach in branding our carnival, and I say carnival, but then it's cultural observances at the end of the day. And unlike other island nations who plan maybe one carnival a year, we have to plan 3. And that is a very big task. And, I think that we have the best cultural observances within our carnival celebrations and what have you. And you all have been, in my opinion, doing a great job. Now, there are some issues, and we're going to dive into that, obviously, once my colleagues start up, because this is a multi-layered discussion that we're going to have today. So, proceed, Senator. Proceed, Senator Gittins.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Point of clarification. I know it is not correct for us to question a member, so I want to ask through the chair if you could just have the bill sponsor clarify whether or not these 3 directors that the bill is seeking will have a difference in compensation so that we could know whether or not the budget will have to change. I just want to know if it will remain the same with the 3 assistant directors being removed to place the director. Again, the bill does not specify, and I'm asking that so that we could have a proper discussion moving forward.
Please proceed, Senator, with the Majority Leader's question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But in none of the bills, the legislative body determined that salary, and I won't do that. That will be up to the Department of Tourism to determine that salary. However, once you structure it this way, you will have one position being eliminated, and those funds will be used from that position to share the wealth across the 3 directors, because you will be actually coming from 4 people going to 3. And there's no way that one salary is going to not be sufficient to augment the other 3 that we were putting as director.
Okay,
I
very
don't
well,
even
Senator.
know none of the directors or assistant directors' salary at this time.
So,
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we all have our time to divulge our questions. Okay? Now I'm going to take these 2 points of information, and then we're going to proceed. Senator De Graaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we don't question the senator who bring in the bill. We question the persons who came here to testify. If they don't have anything about the budget in the bill, you ask them. They render their opinion, but we ain't gonna make it a habit of questioning the senator who is bringing the bills, who is the bill sponsor, in regards to So I think clarification should be question posed to the director in regards to the budget, if it would cost more or what we would cost. But to go the direction we're going in, I think we're going in the wrong direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Please proceed, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Microphone, media, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, point of information to the Department of Tourism. As you review the bill as it's presented, did you do any financial calculations to determine what the financial impact would be if this bill was to move forward?
Good morning, Alani Henneman. As we looked at the bill, honestly, we did not look at even changing the salaries because the person...
No, don't get into that. You did not look at the financial impact.
Correct.
Okay, so the financial impact is an important part of any decision that we make, regardless of the funding source. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. We're now going to proceed with the first Senator Vice President Blyden, you're now recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to the professionals from the Tourism Department and Division of Festival, and thank you so much for your testimonies and also other testifiers. The bill's intent is basically to do 3 things, in my opinion: to eliminate the 3 assistant directors, to change from 1 director to 3, and to submit a financial report to the chair of the Committee on Budget, and to submit a report within 120 days of said activity. Let me ask you in respect to, my last colleague is correct in terms of funding, and in respect to submitting a report within 120 days. I know after each carnival, there's a lot going on in terms of outstanding payments, etc. How realistic is that in terms of 3 months from said activity to submit a financial report to the committee? And if so, what time frame would you say is efficient for you to have all your documents in a row to submit to the committee?
Good morning. Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. First, I'd like to state on the record that the only person from the Department of Tourism that should propose any reporting to the legislature is the Commissioner of Tourism. To ask a director to submit something directly to the legislature while they are under a department with a commissioner is against the internal protocol of the department, first and foremost. Secondly, because we put on 3 festivals every year, amongst a whole other set of events, we can say that 120 days, you will have a majority of payments in place, but because it's just the nature of planning events, you will have some expenses that may roll out. It's based on people turning in invoices. It's based on people finalizing changes that may have been made in real time that affect your balances. So 120 days is it's relatively sufficient, but I think if you would give an additional month to that, you'd probably get a better financial outline.
Very well. And you also spoke to structure, the way it's structured right now, and you spoke to sharing power, etc. How would that look in terms of if positions change based on the new structure, based on a proposal, the bill? How will that affect sharing power in respect to, artists and all the other travel, etc.? How would that change?
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism. Honestly, it will not affect the current structure. Changing a title does not negate the fact that we have internal checks and balances. So as a team, we have all players working on each of these events. No one event is in isolation from the other. St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, staff, we all help each other. So if you take assistant director and name it director in the space, even if you want to say you're removing the director of festivals, then that person will have to report to the director of marketing, the assistant commissioner, and anybody else the commissioner appoints as a checks and balances to verify and make sure that the team is strong when we put out the product. It really won't change the internal structure that we have right now.
And you also spoke briefly about the marketing strategy and the increase in terms of your reach. Can you speak briefly to that, please? Because you gave percentages, but can you speak directly to that?
Sure. Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism. When we observed festival in 2019, it gave the Department of Tourism, and I'm proud to say this because I sit over marketing, another arm to use. And because of the way we marketed festival under the advisement of the three directors, they wanted to put it out, and they came up with the slogan, Three Reasons to FET. It was a collaborative effort that allowed us to partner with major players like Uber Soca. That gave us a leg up. It took us into places that we had never been before. We went to Made in America. We've done One Music Fest. And even though we are in the space with the teams for baseball and football, bringing that cultural aspect of carnival just naturally gravitates people to share and disseminate the information of the territory.
Okay, and let me ask in respect to the young lady, Miss Francis, the boot owner in St. Croix. She spoke to some challenges she had, but I'm going to speak to the boot owners in St. Thomas who have been asking questions on the chat. So let me ask, since I have you in front of me, in respect to the $2,500 fee compared to St. Croix. Who makes those type of decisions based on the current structure? That's my first question. Who makes those decisions?
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism. At the end of the day, we have a commissioner and an executive team that makes the final decisions. And
for each island?
For each island, correct.
Okay. That was the question posed. And the question was the why, in terms of difference in amount.
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, the Commissioner and the executive team looked at the amount. It was adjusted, but we also answered to our boss as well. So initially for St. Croix, when the fee was proposed, it went forward, it went out to the community, and the executive team made the decision to change the fee for St. Croix. There will be an increase coming forward. We cannot sit as a body and say that St. Thomas Carnival is not the known carnival for the territory. It is, and it comes with a certain level of expectation, and it comes with a natural flow of people. So when you sit at the top, the impact is greater. And so, unfortunately, for the for the boot owners in St. Thomas, they have observed the cost. The others will streamline as well.
Very well. And in closing, Mr. Chair, if I can wrap up.
Please proceed.
In respect to Mr. Samuel Ferdinand, he spoke about involvement with local artists and local whatever. And I know I'd been to the Crucian Festival last one, and it was a very, very good experience for me, and have a lot of local acts. In terms of Calypsonia now, how does that look, and what other plans do you have in terms of having other events for those individuals who showcase their talent? And I thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair. Can you speak to that?
Good morning, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So, with regards to the great Mighty Pat and his inquiry about Calypsonians, essentially we do look forward to putting on collaborative events with Calypsonians and various groups. We've already started by doing that with other activities here within the community. I know that this coming St. Thomas Carnival, there's going to be an event that we're collaborating with, Boy a Boy, right? So those are events. In some instances, we won't be able to take on or directly run an activity, but we collaborate with our stakeholders in the community to keep those cultural events happening.
Okay, thank you for your response, and we're going to take a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture hereby goes on a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby back on the record. We had a streaming issue that we had to rectify. Thank you to the Media Division. And I wanted to ask a question before we move on to Senator Capehart. And it has to do with the fiscal question that was posed earlier with the point of inquiry and, of course, the line of questioning from the Vice President. And it goes to the Department of Tourism. In a time of budget constraints and other financial priorities, what are your thoughts on the allocation of more resources, technically, when you're creating additional directors, which would potentially entail additional salaries, fringe benefits, administrative expenses, and support staff? How do you see that impacting your operations?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner of Tourism. It will impact us, and I want to state this for the record, that we probably have the second smallest, if not one of the smallest departments in the government. We have less than 30 employees that put on these 3 events. And with the current financial budget constraints, it just would make for us to have to look at restructuring the salaries. It will cause some, I wouldn't say disruption to the current budget, but we will have to absorb costs from somewhere.
Okay, noted. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Point of information.
Proceed, Senator.
Thank you very
Senator
much.
Johnson.
Just for the record, this bill does not add additional directors. It eliminates one of the assistant directors, but it put directors in place. And what I really want to do, my point of information, is to ask Mr. Henneman to give the salary of the director and the 3 assistant directors at this point, please.
Alan E. Henneman Tadman, sorry, forgive me, Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner of Tourism. Senator, currently it sits, the director is $85,000 and all 3 assistant directors sits at $75,000 per year.
Noted. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. Please recognize the microphone of Senator Capehart.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. I first want to say this bill is not about St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. Let me get that straight. This bill is about parity, about fairness, about something that already existed, and then there was a change. The change is not working. We over here feel disenfranchised with those changes. And when I got elected, and then we preparing for carnival, festival, whatever, and then I'm understanding that the changes that's being made, whether there's 3 directors, commissioner, whatever, the change that is happening to St. Croix is not fair. It's not fair. And this bill brings parity, it brings financial accountability. So, bill sponsor, after I read last night and I read the testifiers, I know as a person who live here, knowing Carnival open way during the Christmas, a week before Christmas, then it changed, and then the time just keeps getting shorter and shorter. And I want to act. With that change, then we have the boat owners who are impacted. I know people for months, they prepare in seasoning their meats, all of that. That's a cost. So now you give me a smaller window to try to hustle to make back what I spend. So I want to ask Rena Francis, how much does boot owners pay now? Because I understand there was an increase. There was an increase. How much were you paying then and how much are you paying now? Could you please acknowledge Ms. Francis, Mike?
Senator Rena Francis, booth owner, resident St. Croix. Over the years, the cost for the boot was $900. Last festival season, we were informed that the price was going to be doubled to $1,800. And somewhere between our complaints, it was reduced to $1,000. However, it was reserved that it may go back and possibly for the next festival season, back to $1,800.
So with that increase, did you see anything that happened better this time around? Is there, are you seeing the stage better? Because I read one of the testifiers complain about sewage, and I can agree. That should be a problem that is addressed because it's a health problem. When everybody cooking food right next to a major gut that has affluent going through it, the stench is terrible. Let me tell you, I understand that the decisions that are they say that all the decisions are made, it's a collaboration of the assistant directors reporting their changes or suggestions. So you're telling me that Shamari made the decision to change the village Queen Show, the Queen Show in the village? Was that your decision? You could tell me why? Why we having the Queen Show in the village? I mean, and it's a good thing because people get to see, but is that the best venue? Please acknowledge Shamari's mic. Go ahead.
Good morning, Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner. In light of us not having the best venue as it relates for a location for us to host the shows, I was in support of us hosting the pageants in the Festival Village. There were a lot more benefits to us hosting the shows in the Festival Village. Initially, there was some pushback from the community, but I think that the numbers of attendees kind of proved that to be a bit different. I find that there were less challenges this year with us hosting the pageants in the Festival Village. The highest priority was to make sure that we, provided a professional production, as well as two, ensuring that the backstage made sense, was conducive for all the contestants, and we were able to get that done as well.
And now, as you say that, and I look back, I'm like, yes, there was a bigger participation. There are people that could have bring their children and everybody. So I understand that. Was it your decision to change the days, to shorten the days?
It wasn't my decision to shorten the days. However, after approval was given, it is my job to support the decision made. When the initial days were put out, we went back to the drawing board after community outcry and decided to open the Festival Village from the 26th. In hosting the Festival Village from December 26th through January 6th, we decided to make the Festival Village the epicenter for the Crucian Christmas Festival events. So all of the festival events were hosted and housed in the Festival Village, which again brought more benefits.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to say that the bill had some changes. It started 2019 to now. We've seen it's not working. It doesn't offer parity. And for me, St. Croix ain't making no decision for St. Thomas Carnival. St. Croix director ain't making no decision for St. John Carnival. So let there be fairness and parity. Let St. Croix handle our business. St. John, you handle your carnival, your festival. St. Thomas, you do that. And let us all participate and enjoy it. But we know what works for us. You know what works for us. So we are ready saw that this is not working, bill sponsor, I got you. I'm going to support this bill. Mr. Chair, I'm finished.
Point of information along the same line of question, Mr. Chair.
Proceed, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shamari, I want to ask you this question in line of the shows them that was now moved from the original venue to now be placed in the village. The Calypso show, do you know if it was budgeted for and to be placed in the village?
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. So the Calypso show was budgeted, and we were prepared to host the Calypso show in the Festival Village. After communication with the chairpersons, they opt out to host the Calypso show on their own. So what we did in light of the free day is we decided to host Kidsville, which was, again, very successful.
And we normally had a junior Calypso show. What have happened to that and the island of St. Croix?
In 2019, we provided support to the Junior Calypso competition. I can't necessarily say 100% what happened with the show last year. I'm not too sure if the show even took place, but moving forward, it is my hope for us to...
Go ahead. And my reason for asking that, I see we bringing back Marshall Montana, right? And his first song was "They Say I'm Too Young to Sing Soca." He came up through that type of entertainment. And today, the island of St. Croix, our children don't get the same opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Before we move on to President Francis Jr., it was mentioned in Mrs. Francis's testimony that the communication was relegated to a WhatsApp group. So I want to ask that question to Mr. Shamari Haynes. Is there a reason, if in fact that is accurate, why communication has been relegated to a WhatsApp group?
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. So it's easier for us to get the information out in real time to all of the booth owners, and all of the vendors are in a group chat, WhatsApp group chat. However, we still meet with the booth owners. Our initial meeting with all of the booth owners and all of the vendors are done in person. We still host in-person meetings as well as Zoom meetings, which we find were a little more easier for the vendors to jump on board and support. But if we need to make a change at the 9 hour, if there's communication that needs to be sent out immediately, for example, we have situations where cars might be blocking, vendors from getting into their booths during the Festival Village. It's just a lot more easier for us to get the information out.
Okay, very well. So you do have communications electronically through Zoom, WhatsApp, but still in person. Noted. Senate President Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, or actually good morning to everyone, and thank you for your testimony thus far. I wanted to ask Assistant Commissioner Henneman Tadman, what is the current budget for the Division of Festivals?
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. Each festival, roughly, because there are some things that cross over, but between all three, it's under 10 million.
Under 10 million. And is this parceled out or allocated per district?
Per district, per event. Per island, sorry.
Okay, so what is the current amount for St. Thomas District?
St. Thomas this year, I believe, is 2.5. Correct? I'll let Ian jump in.
Morning, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So we budget 1.5, St. Croix, St. Thomas, and then St. John, we come in at $1 million. And that's how we break it out. When it comes to any other costs that might be incurred, which mostly leads to marketing covers that gap that you're seeing there.
Okay.
Ready?
So it's not quite $10 million then. You got 1.5, 1.5, and $1 million.
I wish it was 10, please.
Yeah.
But no, it's not.
Okay. And what is the current chain of command for the Division of Festivals?
Good morning. So the current chain of command is the assistant directors, basically similar to what Assistant Commissioner Henneman said. is they come up with the skeleton plan.
No. The chain of command.
Chain of command.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the chain of command.
So they come to me,
Chain of command. You have a director, assistant director, just
commissioner, assistant commissioner, myself, and assistant directors. That is the command structure.
So currently we have a commissioner, the assistant commissioner. How many assistant directors?
3 assistant directors and 1 director.
And 1 director.
Yes.
So who's the assistant director for St. Thomas?
Who's the repeat?
Who is the assistant director for St. Thomas?
Halva Hart Jr.
Okay, and the assistant commissioner for St. John?
Assistant commissioner or director?
Assistant director, I'm sorry. Assistant director.
Leona Smith.
Leona Smith. And who is the assistant director for St. Croix?
Shamari Haynes plays a dual role. He's in that seat. Yes.
So he's covering both? No one has replaced him since he has assumed the position of deputy commissioner?
Senator, if I may, Shamari Haynes has been named deputy commissioner, but his paperwork is not finalized. So he still sits as the assistant director currently until his paperwork has been processed and finalized.
How long has he been named to that position?
How
long has he been named to the deputy commissioner's position?
I would say roughly maybe just under 6 months, but what happened is we're transitioning from last year's budget to this budget, and we're moving all of our employees over. So it's taken a bit.
So it's taken us 6 months to do that.
There were other things in place that had to be done before we could move him because the position he had was not vacant. So we had to create a position for him.
Okay, very well. A little troubling to me that it takes taking that long for that to happen after naming the person to that position. So currently he has dual responsibility as deputy commissioner and assistant director for St. Croix.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the fact that all of the events, both activities on the St. Croix as well as St. John and the Carnival on St. Thomas, that there is a team approach that actually decide on all of these events.
That is correct, Senator.
And this team involves who?
That involves the commissioner, the assistant commissioner, all the assistant directors, the director, and some other key players like our chief financial officer or the collateral managers, people who all encompass putting on the production.
And is there any community involvement in any shape or form in regards to that whole discussion about the events, the ongoing events?
Absolutely. We have a long list of volunteers who assist us as well.
And is there any type of town hall meetings, any discussion with the community in terms of per district, per island, of what they want to see in their festivals or carnival?
So we haven't hosted, I'm sorry, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So we haven't hosted any town halls, but what we have done is we've done polling.
2 minutes.
And then when we do sit with the committees and the volunteers, essentially, we ask them, hey, what is your opinion on this? What would you like to see? How do we streamline this? How do we make this better? And again, just recently in St. Croix, the community had an outcry about the shortening of days. We moved on it immediately and adjusted.
Okay, so obviously if you involve them in the upfront, then we will have to go back and fix the issue. I think that there must be some mechanism by which you're engaging these individuals beforehand to have that discussion. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So do we intend to see some movement in that direction where at least there will be a discussion and get people involved in what they want to see per island in terms of their festival or carnival activities?
Yes, that is the case. We actually, if I may, we had that conversation with the senior stand in St. Croix about some things we could do better for St. Croix, and that was one of their recommendations, that we host some seminars with different, and town halls, not only town halls, because you need a focal point as well.
So
that was one of the
I also heard from you that you believe that this move to create directors is just a matter of semantics. In respect to that, you still will find, is there any rules and regulation right now governing the festival? Division of Festival?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. We do have standard operating procedures, right? However,
Are those written
yes, they are written in type
and available in circulation?
and available, and we can circulate.
Okay.
However, as a assistant commissioner stated, there is a hierarchy. You mentioned it. There is a hierarchy, and just like you have a hierarchy in your office, we have a hierarchy in our office, and we plan and strategize to make sure that we put out the best product for the Virgin Islands, the people, and then the broader, world who wants to come and visit.
Mr. Chair, may I just wrap up with one final?
Please proceed.
Yes. In respect to the complaint, which I saw myself in regards to this large tent that encompassed the center of the festival village on St. Croix, what could be done again to scale that back and allow for the booths that find themselves on the opposite side of the stage then to be able to see the stage? Have there been any discussion in respect to how do we address that particular issue that I'm sure have been brought to your attention?
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. From 2019, we tried to move the tent, and the community said, don't touch the tent. So we are to the point now where the shift is changing, and so we are happy to relocate the tent or make the tent a smaller area, especially after the table collapse, and we saw how an impediment can cause people to be hurt in case of anything, in any situation. So we are in favor of moving the tent. We just need to look at the grounds, and of course, we'll work with the Assistant Director on St. Croix to see where it's best located, and with VIPD to make sure whatever decision is made is in the best interest of the people and it's in a safe location.
Well, thank you very much. My time has been called, and I'll hopefully ask some additional questions in the next round. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I wanted to follow up on a query that the President initially made concerning the ascension of Mr. Haynes. Can you, with the ascension of Mr. Haynes, have you found a suitable replacement?
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, that appointment, based on how the law is written, will come from Government House.
Very well. Okay. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of information. I would like to request, through the chair, that the Department of Tourism submit to this committee based on Act 8153. Act 8153 speaks to the Commissioner of Tourism promulgating regulations for the administration of the Division of Festivals. I would like that to be submitted to this committee so we can have an understanding of some of their internal policies and how they regulate the Division of Festivals. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator DeGraff, you're now recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Okay, first of all, let's get Mr. Shamari Haynes' paperwork done. Could it be done before the end of this week?
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, I would love to say that there is a process in place and we're going through the process. We just wrapped up the union employees because they had a deadline, and then we're transitioning to the overall staff. So it will be a collective body where he will move and the staff will also get their raises as well.
Okay, so you say he is named the Deputy Commissioner, so then he actually is over the director then?
Correct.
Okay, so then he has more authority on St. Croix in regards to things that he's seeing happening for Carnival to have a little more say. He isn't in the capacity of assistant, he's in the capacity of a deputy.
And
would he say?
Senator, I will say this, Shamari is no shrinking violet. It doesn't matter what title you place on him, he is going to speak on behalf of the people of St. Croix, and he will bring forward any issue. It's not a matter of a title.
No,
some of the decisions that were made, and I just want to note, because we did talk about the fact that we came as a department and we shortened the village nights. It wasn't because only solely on trying to, we wanted to have less nights with more impact, because we know the cost to open a booth for 12 days versus 9 days. It's a significant impact to the vendor. So when we made the adjustment, we were making it in the best interest of shorter days, greater scale production, more people in the space could generate the same volume. Culturally, we understand the 12 days of Christmas for the island of St. Croix. So that's when we went back to the drawing board, looked at our budget and said we have to scale back because every inflation is real in the space for events as well. So our production costs to put on these events are higher. And that's when we made the village the epicenter in order to give St. Croix the 12 days of Christmas. So it's not that Shamari's voice wasn't in the mix. It's just that it was a executive decision that we had to all change.
No, and for me, that's good to hear, because I wasn't aware of all of these things. Complaints are being made aware of now. And I don't want to put Mr. Haynes, Deputy Haynes, on the spot, you know, in terms of the bill, but I was wondering, in terms of the bill, would it, doing it with 3 directors, would it make the process for the 3 islands more efficient for each of them?
Division in this space is not in the benefit. Sorry, Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. Division in this space is not better for the territory. If we are really serious about promoting our culture and who we are as a people, we cannot divide the U.S. Virgin Islands. Everybody on our team works to every single event. So the Director Hart to my left works St. John and St. Croix. Just like Shamari and the St. Croix team will come over for St. Thomas and St. John. We cannot do it without each other.
Okay.
It's impossible for us to function in a silo under the Department of Tourism.
So can Director...
2 minutes.
Assistant Director Hart, do you have input in Crucian Festival and the St. John Festival?
Halvor Hart, Assistant Director, Department of Tourism, Division of Festivals. I won't say have direct input, but when questions and ask for advice or ask for my opinion, we have our opinion, and once the decision is made, we all get together and execute the product on the ground.
Okay, and Deputy Shamari Haynes, do you have input on St. Thomas Carnival and St. John Festival?
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. And like I say, hopefully we could get you that title very soon. I'm trying to find an angle for me for looking at the bill. And if it boils down to where I don't condone or I don't support any disparity to St. Croix, to St. John, or to St. Thomas, or any favor for one over the other, because I look at it as one Virgin Islands myself. But the festival from St. Croix has just concluded not too long ago. Is there an assessment? Has a report been finalized to present that as yet? Financial, overall, AAA, after action reports and concerns and everything. Has that been done?
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. We are finalizing the report. We've already started to look at the airlift during the period. We looked at the hotel occupancy.
Time.
We've looked at the media impact for the territory and the overall territory to the island of St. Croix. So that is being cleaned and scrubbed for presentation.
Okay.
It will be included within our budget.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, one final to wrap up. Okay, we've heard the complaints of Mr. Ferdinand, Ms. Francis, and to them, it is very serious and very important. What do you say in regards to them and their concerns for the culture, for the passion for the territory as a whole? I think they should be answered, maybe not specificity, but they should be answered. You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. We don't take any complaint from any vendor or anybody that we deal with in this space lightly. We stand as a team. Unfortunately, things do happen when you plan events, and so you have to be nimble in the space. I think Shamari did a great job. Deputy Haynes did a great job of speaking to why we have a WhatsApp group, why it's effective in real time. I know that he looked at midnight to 2 a.m. Those are decisions that we make not only within our department, but cross departments. So it's the feedback of the police, it's the feedback of waste management and public works to make sure that their bodies can get in and clean the areas and make sure that after the festival shuts down, that we can have, workflow in that space until the next day. I know she spoke about best efforts and the overall booth costs. And like we stated before, I'm just going through her notes so I can speak directly to what Ms. Francis named. When we look at costs, if we look at 12 nights in the village, and we charge $1,800, that's $150 a night of 12 nights of primetime entertainment. If you look at the social reach just for Davido in St. Croix this year, his social reach is 12 million. The impact of having him do a video, and he did 2 in St. Croix, is 23 million views per video. So although we do invest in bringing grand scale performances, it comes with reward. St. Croix rooms, the occupancies are higher from 2022 to 23. The airlift is higher for 2022 to 2023. And actually 2024, for the territory, based on the work of this department, is going to exceed what we did in 2022, just as the high peak for COVID. So the formula is working, but it will come with some tweaking like any major event you put on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Johnson.
And it should be a point of clarification, because I heard Ms. Henneman talking about dividing the islands. There's nothing in my bill that speaks about division or dividing. It speaks about putting 3 directors. Does that mean the 3 directors still can't work together? Never said that in my bill. So please, let's not use this word to just overshadow this bill. And I definitely do have the amendment to fix the part of the directors submitting the report to the financial report for the commissioner to do that. So I appreciate what you said in your testimony. I do have the amendment. But let's not use the word dividing the islands, because nowhere in my bill speaks about any division and dividing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, did you circulate the amendment in question?
We don't have it yet. I drafted, but waiting for legal counsel to complete it, to circulate it.
Okay, thank you, Senator Johnson. And I just want to pose a question to the Division of Festivals, Department of Tourism. Obviously, there is a concern that derives from the cultural representation of what is considered to be our Virgin Islands culture in the essence of these festivities, because we're talking about entertainment, but more so we see the entertainment always coming from the outside, and I think this is where Mr. Ferdinand and others are having a concern. What are we going to do to empower our local artists here? We should have an opportunity for them to be able to participate a bit more. So that's sort of the concern that he has, and I'm looking forward to see what the Division of Festivals will do in order to make that a reality for them. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question to Ms. Director Turnbull. Rena Francis, the boot owner, she had about 10 bullets of whys and how. So my question to Mr. Turnbull, do you have meetings with the boot owners before Carnival, before the festival?
Good morning, Good morning, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. That is in turn where the assistant directors come into play. However, we do have meetings prior to the carnivals and the festivals and celebrations.
And you attend those meetings as the director?
Yes, I do attend those meetings. If I'm not physically there, we have a Zoom link that we have up, and I attend those meetings.
So you're saying that you attend the festival meeting for the booth owners when they have meetings on St. Croix?
If I'm not physically there, I am there via a Zoom link on a call. Yes, I have been in meetings that has been hosted and have been present and have spoken to the booth owners.
So you're saying that you don't always be to the meetings physically?
I mean, yes, not every meeting will I physically be there, but the majority of those meetings I will be in attendance. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Senator
I just
Capehart.
want one more clarification.
Senator.
St. Thomas.
Senator, we have to proceed. We have to proceed. You may in your line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good, afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to my colleagues and to the listening and viewing audience. So I want to get back to the bill, because I find that the discussions that we have here this morning are primarily focused on concerns that we have with the Division of Festival and the Department of Tourism, and I believe that really requires a update or committee meeting so we could flesh out the challenges. But I want to get back to the bill that's before us this morning that speaks to striking the assistant directors and appointing 3 directors. There is no debate that there are challenges with any new legislation that's put in place. And as we see it implemented and the work in progress, is important for us to have the discussion to flesh out what challenges we have and to see how we could come together to make things better. I think that's what's important. I think that's what I'm hearing today. Let me ask the Department of Tourism, what are your thoughts around, and I'm certain that it happens I don't know if it happens in both districts, but back in the day, before this legislation, we had committees that were responsible for looking at what that particular year's carnival would look like, or festival, or celebration would look like, and then, you come together and you collaborate, and then you push out the carnival, you push out the festival. Correct? That used to happen. That's what used to happen before we were under the government. What are your thoughts about us requiring that the Division of Festivals on each island district ensure that there are a committee of I think the Senate President asked the question, there is a committee on each island that assists with talking about, collaborating, planning what the festival, the carnival would look like in that respective year. I think that is a missing component That's a piece that we did not consider, but it helps us to keep our culture. It also helps those that have concerns to also have a voice, but nothing prevents us from establishing those committees. I want to hear your thoughts.
Good morning, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. That has actually been something that I've thought of internally.
But we're not doing it, right?
Yeah.
So as we deliberate this, Assistant
Sorry,
Commissioner?
Senator. Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. I wouldn't say that it's not happening. It's just not titled as committee, because each island has a network of volunteers that cross the gamut in age, from young.
But let me ask you this question. That means to cut you because my
No
time is
problem.
running. Do you engage those individuals prior to your planning of each festivity?
We don't let our volunteers leave. Our
No,
volunteers.
that's not what I meant. So do you have a meeting?
We pull them in
Right.
and we speak to them throughout the year.
Okay.
So when the time, we don't start planning for this event in this space. Even though we're planning St. Thomas Carnival now, the volunteers that are in the space are already looking to the next year. So all the feedback we get from this year's activity is incorporated. So we don't have a
2 minutes.
committee,
So
but-
my time is running. So we don't have, there isn't anything that's truly structured.
Correct.
So I believe that the concerns that we've heard today says that we need to ensure that we have some level of structure. The other thing is that I am concerned about is, because we have to have a big picture conversation on this. There are concerns, and a lot of concerns that I heard are things that we could resolve that are in the weeds. But we have to raise this to another level. So let's talk about the data. So when we talk about data, I propose, and I think that we should legislate it, that we require our Division of Festivals or our Department of Tourism to provide, to issue surveys as our individuals are coming to the island, that, you know, we should have the airlines give out the survey so we could know whether we have returning visitors, whether it's folks from our diaspora, or we have new people coming to support our, to celebrate with us. We don't have that kind of information, and that's important information for us to determine whether or not we are truly getting the bang for our buck as we promote our festivals and our carnivals in the territory. So do we have that going on?
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. Funny that you say that. We have built a dashboard. The dashboard pulls in all the marketing information for airlift, cruise. It actually looks at geo-targeted areas also throughout the U.S. Virgin Islands. And we are currently in the process of using some of our portal data.
So you're not doing it yet?
We are doing it. We're doing it in the space. That's how we were able to get the numbers that we have in the testimony. Okay. But what we're doing is we're going a step further now to flush, because we do not have an entry portal.
Time is running.
That's okay. Yeah. BER does do the surveys. Our department does surveys as well at the end of each event. And then we also have the dashboard, and the dashboard will be key when we pull that information to be able to do exactly what you're asking for.
Mr. Chair, I have another question, if I would be allowed to ask it, and it's tied to the institute that was in fact part of the legislation. I'm really surprised that I did not hear that discussion today, because that's, if we're concerned about, you know, holding on to our culture, that's what we should have really been honing in on today. So what's the status of the institute, and how does the Division of Festival ensure, how are you ensuring? Because, you know, there is a feeling that we are in fact losing our culture in the Virgin Islands. How are you ensuring that we are able to incorporate and hold on to our culture throughout our festival activities, our carnival activities, our activities?
Thank you, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So in 2020, 2021, we when there was the pandemic, of course, and we did a lot of virtual things virtually and so forth, we did tap into hosting cultural educational videos. I was so coincidental. We just had the conversation with Shamari the other day, and he was like, "Yo, this video that we had went out, and we had numerous engagement with people." Re-implementing that is something that we are definitely wanting to do. Again, the appointment of the institute does not come from the Division of Festivals. However, we
Who
do
does it
see.
come from?
I think it comes from Government House.
And that's the issue. That's the thing. So as we sit here, and I'm going to wrap up, that's the issue. So as we sit here and we have this conversation and we are pitting ourselves against each other, because that's the vibe that I get from this discussion that we're having today. If the institute, if the individuals have not come down to this institution, then the bill is not implemented in earnest. So the governor has to send down the individuals, because we see as Virgin Islanders that we are losing our culture. And if that institute is in place, then a lot of the conversation that we're having, we're not going to have, because those very same people will be able to help the assistant directors and the director, the assistant commissioner and the commissioner with looking at and making a determination as to what our cultural festivities should look like here in the territory. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. This legislation needs work. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, and I must echo the sentiments of the senator as indicated, because there is a discussion surrounding who are we identifying with on the ground. So it is something that requires more attention. Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on my colleague's question concerning the committees that was suggested, it led me, I'm curious actually, as to each assistant director is responsible for producing the respective festival. So what does their staff look like on each island in order to implement the work required to produce a festival? Rather than just, we should rely on committees, but at the same time, what is the staff doing, and what's the composition of the staff for each island? Thank you.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Each director has an assistant, an executive assistant of sorts, that will basically help them on the ground. They also assist with financials, processing of payments, and so forth. And then internally, the larger scope of the Department of Tourism is the staff that we have. As Assistant Commissioner Alani Henneman mentioned, we're staff of under 30. So everybody's all hands on deck when we execute these events.
Point of information, Senator Francis Jr.
Mr. Chair?
One moment, Senator Johnson. Senator Francis Jr. had the point of information before you, sir. Please proceed, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Turnbull, you and I have had this discussion before, and as you know, I've contemplated a bill that will ensure and assure that at least some local entertainment, is opportunities are made during our festival occasion. Is there a set aside or some contemplation of making sure that our local acts, our local calypsonian, our local bands are part of the festival? Is there a percentage or some type of a set aside that's made by the Division of Tourism, by the Department of Tourism and the Division of Festival, to ensure that our local acts, those that participate all year long, and now that there's an opportunity during the festival and carnival, to make sure that they have a seat at the table?
Ian Turnbull, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Yes, we actually do make sure that, when we come up with various activities that we're hosting, that we ensure that we have local assistance. I would say I would say it's 80%, anywhere between 75 to 80% of the performances are local within the carnival scope.
Okay, thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Mr. Chair, what I really wanted to say to you is one of my testifiers need to leave. I wanted to do just some information based on the piece of legislation that will be former Senator Janelle Saroch. Because she has to leave, she just want to make a statement in regards to the piece of legislation. Would that be possible?
Surely. Please proceed, former Senator Sorrow.
Thank you so much. Senator Frederick made a good point, and it's in the testimony as well that the Cultural and Heritage Institute was moved to sit within a division of festivals to support the cultural activities. The second thing that the legislation called for was that for collaboration with outside entities to ensure the execution of carnival and festival, and that would be your various committees. So you don't list committees exclusively in the legislation, but it does call for collaboration. 3, we looked at the bill as an economic driver for the territory. And the current business model of spending for these high artists, and the division operating more as a promoter and not really focusing on the festival component marketing, it's an unsustainable business model. And the government of the Virgin Islands, as the years continue, will not be able to afford the current business model now that the division of festival is that they have. There should be festivals throughout the year that will garner like a folklore festival that will garner some revenue from historians or culture bearers or literary festivals, film festivals, and you're just seeing that the division of festivals is measuring their success solely on festival or carnival. And then lastly, the legislation called for directors for each island and a territorial director. And the bill separates the islands because we have very different geographic makeups. And let's take St. Croix, for example. St. Croix is, of the 3 islands, the most culture rich of all of the islands. So St. Croix can't be marketed like St. Thomas, like St. John. So to have all the directors focusing on St. Thomas, and then when St. Thomas and all the directors moved to St. John, and all of them moved to St. Croix, defeats the very intent of the bill. St. Croix should be marketed now. The pictures on the flyer don't have to be a naked woman in feathers all the time, but we have a national fabric, Madras. Where's the headpiece and the photos that should have part of carnival? So when Senator Johnson is asking for a position to be eliminated, and in hindsight, I think that that's the best way forward, because this one band, one sound, I understand the concept of it, but St. Croix, the tourism department could come back to the body and say, listen, for us to execute carnival, we need 4 additional positions beneath each director. Nothing precluded tourism from coming back and saying that. The same if Commissioner Doty sat and said, listen, Senator Sorrow, I need to raise a threshold for tourism to be this amount so we can execute festival, carnival, and whatever we plan to put on. But for each director to move from island to island, it's honestly taken away from their groundwork in their community, because right now a flyer job for the village for St. Thomas, a month out from carnival. These things should be marketed in its extent and its entirety from now. Like St. Kitts Festival coming up, they're dropping their flyer in June. We are a month out dropping stuff for St. Thomas, but if you had directors with a full staff to really market and get things going in advance, you wouldn't see our marketing happening a month before, because they would have the time to focus particularly on their island in collaboration with their committees and in collaboration with the Cultural and Heritage Institute that is there to preserve the essence of culture. Carnivals, Trinidad, last point, Trinidad has realized that they're losing their culture. So they have tribes like, troops like Tribe and other, the government is mandating for these troops to have a cultural component. So while islands are moving in a direction to restore their culture, we are somewhat moving away from that concept. So I just wanted to add some clarity to the intent of the legislation, that committees are mandated by the bill. It just says collaboration with outside entities, which would be your committees, and that the purpose of each director was to really spend the entire year refining their product, whatever they choose for their product to be, refining those products. So, thank you for the opportunity to just, shed some light.
Thank you, former Senator Janelle Sarro. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think it should be subject to interpretation. I think we have an opportunity to be more clarifying. But my question or point of information that I wish to ask is, so with the advent of this legislation, I know that previously our festivals, our carnivals had big sponsorships. Do we currently receive sponsorship from our big companies that we, our beers and wines and spirits and all of those big companies that benefit from our activities that we have? Do we receive sponsorship from them?
Yes, we do receive sponsorship.
And
I'm sorry, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Yes, we do receive sponsorship, Senator.
So do you have an aggregate amount of your sponsorships that you've received for each celebration?
It's roughly around, I would say, anywhere between 100 to 200,000 for each.
In total?
Each festival or each carnival in total, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Majority Leader Gittins, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and what time is it? Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
I have been sitting here since 10 a.m. and trying to grapple with what's before us here. And honestly, it just appears that this is just merely a cosmetic restructuring and does not address the concerns of those put on record today with regards to, we heard from representation from the booth owners, we heard representation from the Calypsonians, and there just need to be some accountability across the board. Oftentimes we keep hearing, no borders, no boundaries, one VI. Also, one band, one sound. But when are we actually going to come together as one Virgin Islands? When? Clearly, there's some disparity that needs to be addressed. But again, I'm not certain that the bill in itself will address it. Because even if we go to 3 directors, one for each island, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and who knows, Water Island might want their own one day too. But even if you do that, you're still coming under one commissioner of tourism. And I don't care whether the commissioner of tourism come from St. John, St. Thomas, or St. Croix. The thing is whomever is at the helm need to make sure that there's parity between all 3 islands and make sure that there is accountability. This measure, I believe, was passed in the 32nd legislature when I wasn't here. But the discussions began in the 31st. And if my memory serves me correct, I think I remember them not eliminating the volunteer groups. So the festival committee, the carnival committee, regardless of what committee it is, should have remained in effect, and that would have been your volunteer group that will work towards organizing festival and carnival and bringing their ideas to the district assistant commissioner that will work its way up for approval. Am I correct, assistant commissioner? Should that have been the way it worked? to include collaboration of the Cultural Heritage Institute. Because the act speaks to volunteer organizations. So should that have been the way that this committee functions?
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, if you're talking about like the Queen's Committee, the Toddler Derby Committee, all of those committees still function within the space and provide feedback as of today. That is the system. We still work with all those different committees.
Right. So you have those
Or
subcommittees.
we call them volunteer groups.
Yes, understood. We're on the same level so far. But still, even though you have those subcommittee coordinators, which I would refer to them as, do you still have the structure where you will have a president for the St. Croix district, a president for the St. Thomas district, and a president for St. John?
Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. It's not a president. Each committee has a chairperson or a co-chair. It just depends on the structure. So, example, Food Fair has a chairperson and then they have a co-chair.
So you're going back to the subcommittee again.
Yes, there's not one collective voice for all the committees.
Okay,
No.
so then that's what's missing. That chairperson then. Let's go back to, let's use your term to what it was, the chairperson of a district. I'm of the belief that if we have that in place and truly working for the respective island district, then this may work. But again, there are things going on that you don't see in one district versus the next. So, for instance, the booth owners representative asked, why is the Festival Village activity scheduled to end at midnight when it's customarily to operate until 2 a.m. on the weekend? How could that be answered? And by whom?
Good day, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I think Assistant Commissioner Henneman mentioned it. We do have other stakeholders, VIPD, VITEMA, EMS. All of them play a role in executing our carnivals. So when we host a carnival, when we host a festival or carnival from 7, village specifically, from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m., it's because we're trying to manage best for our other stakeholders, other agencies, to make sure that they are able to.
That, here's my cousin family, but that's hogwash. I've been a police here for 21 years, and we didn't dictate what time the Festival Village closed. The former police commissioner, territorial police chief, sitting right here. When you guys submit to us your carnival schedule and whatnot, we make sure that we set up security operations around what you have. I mean, so to say that because of your stakeholders, to me it sounded like we throwing the stakeholders under the bus. But I know the police department ain't saying that you're supposed to or you should shut down at 12. The next thing is...
Senator, if I may,
no, you may not. Not
Okay.
right now, because, again, he took up the whole minute that I had left to give me that kind of answer. And that was it. That answer was totally ridiculous. The next one is, may I, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence?
Please proceed.
So you cut the village nights down, and this was a good question posed. If the village nights were cut down, then with the reduction of the nights, why would the booth owners' booth fee be doubled? That to me, that's a legitimate concern, and they're asking about the funding. Now, the Calypsonian also mentioned about the $4,000 and $5,000 that's spent in one district to Calypsonians and in the other district down to $400. So, can you all clarify that? One, and two, and then I'll put down the mic here, is why in the world are we so comfortable to pay these big bands coming from elsewhere, and we pay them up front even before they get on the stage. But our own grassroots right here that's in it with us got to wait a whole year before they get paid. So that's 2 questions, and I'll just listen.
You rectified that already.
Good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. With regards to the boot fee, the costs have gone up, right? So, and to the extent of when the community had their outcry, we adjusted. And so we made that adjustment. The boot fee went up across the board for all islands. And of course, St. Croix felt it was a little bit too much. And that was fine. We reduced it. With regards to artist payments, I think you as the head of your office, right?
And a former vice president.
And a former vice president, right? So your pay is not going to be the same as would your secretary or your chief of staff. And so that's the reality of when we book artists, right? So some of the local artists are not necessarily on the same level as would be another artist. And with that, you get 12 million views from, say, a Davido, which encourages more people to come to the territory, spend more money. Now, we are not opposed to supporting the artists because, again, in 2020 and 2021, when COVID was in high demand, the Virgin Islands was the only island in the Caribbean that supported their artists. Not just did we support them, we paid them 20 to 30% more than what they were paid for prior to that. So I understand that. Are we going to please everybody? Are we going to check every box? No. But we're going to come close. And like I said again, I feel very, very strongly that we have supported our local artists in a very robust way. And we're not saying this. The other islands are saying this. We see them now making their people ambassadors and doing unique things with them.
Point of information.
Please recognize Senator Gittins, Mike, and then Senator Johnson for point of information.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't want any of us to leave here with the mindset that I feel like we could please everyone. We definitely can't. But I'm specifically asking, or what I would ask you is, so how much would we pay, say, and not that they're all on the same scale, I understand that as well, but how much, put on the record, how much did we pay, not what we going to pay. How much we paid already, because that should be able to go on the record. How much did we pay Marshall Montano before, and what's the name of the other band from? What I'm saying is, how much, what's the vast difference between what we paid those international band versus what we would pay an express band or something? And I'm asking this because if we pay $50,000 to one band outside, international band, and only paying $5,000 to a local band, I am asking, why is it so hard for our local entity to get their $5,000 payment when we can cut the check for the $50,000?
Assistant Commissioner Alan E. Henneman, we have gotten that feedback a number of times, and we've already rectified that. So what we've done is made sure that the fiduciary not only pays international artists, but also local artists. Unless we have an act where they did not submit their invoices for us to pay out the day of. We put things in place to rectify that as well.
Let me just let you all know too. I don't agree, even though I'm hearing it from my colleagues and whatnot, that, oh no, they can't put that on the record, this and that. Let me tell you something. This is the people's money. When we spending our own money, that's one thing. But when we spending people money, they got a right to know what it is we spending. So I don't subscribe to us not being able to put things on the record. Thank you so much. I believe that the festivities have really increased. We're seeing the numbers coming out and whatnot, but yet still, there is still some disparities between the islands that must be addressed. And I'm asking all of you to be responsible enough to identify it and correct it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. And before I go to Senator Johnson, those international checks that are cut for those artists, do we tax them, and what precludes us from putting that in a contract to tax them?
So, good afternoon. Ian Turnbull, Director of Division of Festivals. So I've heard that before. We've been in this body and we've heard that before. And what that would essentially do is eliminate us from booking that artist. Because they're going to do one or two things. They're going to put the tax fee into the booking fee, or they're just going to say, we're not going to do that. And that's just the nature of entertainment business. Yeah.
Okay, very well. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much. I'm listening about local artists and local artists. And our big artist, Mr. Pompa, who went to Trinidad, and now they're in the St. Kitts Music Fest. Can somebody tell me why this gentleman did have an opportunity for our festival and now for St. Thomas Carnival? If your name begins with A, still running this town throughout the Caribbean, but yet our local artists didn't have an opportunity in St. Croix Festival and now in St. Thomas Carnival. Can somebody help me, please? Thank you.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. The Department of Tourism connects with artist representatives to propose, discuss, and negotiate appearances and terms. Unfortunately, we have not been able to come to a mutual agreement with the artist Pompa for appearances and terms. However, we are very proud of what Pompa has done, and we look forward to coming to some type of mutual agreement with the artist with the letter A. Pompa.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Samuel Carrion. You've been here for quite some time, and I apologize for not mentioning your presence earlier a few times. My apologies, mi hermano. Now, Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And before I get into my line of questioning, I saw where individuals came up with this Pompa Day and fighting for Pompa, and I respect Pompa. I do have bill number 35. No, I have a bill to honor and commend Dennis Pompa Laibod for his many contributions to the U.S. Virgin Islands, but his manager continues to tell me, hold off, hold off, hold off, hold off, hold off. So I will hold off. Nobody's doing Pompa anything, but respect to Pompa. As far as Act 8153, that is basically the Bible for the division of festivals. That's your Bible. Y'all should know the Act 8153 inside and out. So my question to you, Mr. Director Ian Turnbull, how often do you review Act 8153 with your team and to make sure that what cannot be implemented, at least you have a short-term goal and a long-term goal to implement those areas that you have problems executing?
Great question, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So I know I internally review that act all the time, probably monthly. Even being prompted for this testimony in this Senate hearing.
Okay, stop right there.
Go ahead.
So you're very familiar with it. So as far as an organizational chart, I'm not talking about your assistant directors, the chain of command that was mentioned earlier. I'm talking about every single individual who has a role to play. Do you have an organizational chart?
Post our St. Croix Festival, I drafted an organizational chart. I just not have not shared it with the entire team, but it can be shared.
Can you send that to this committee or to the entire body? The reason I'm asking this, because Act 8153 was implemented because of a lack of transparency and accountability. It wasn't because of parity and the list goes on, even though some do exist. But like we said, we take that up with the commissioner. He's the head. Higher than him is the governor. We appointed the commissioner. We voted for the commissioner once the governor appointed him. And I try not to micromanage individuals because the law is very clear. The law is very clear. We shouldn't be micromanaging anybody. I assume everybody here can read and write and understand Act 8153. So my question is regarding the report. Based on Act 8153, a report not more than 60 days after the last day of each fiscal year to the governor and the legislature, its activities and programs, including a complete accounting of its expenditures, revenues received, and obligations. How up to par are you with submitting those reports? And if you're not up to par, I'm kindly asking that you submit everything to this body.
Okay. Assistant Commissioner Henneman, we usually come to the body at least twice a year, once for budget and then festival gets pulled in. So between those two reports, we're able to fill the gap for things that we haven't reported one into the other. 60 days at the closeout of a festival still has a lot lingering. So it's actually, you get a full picture when we come before the Senate for those two times to report.
And we would like to clean up that language. So what are you recommending? I know you mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
But can you just repeat that number?
120 plus 30 would be 150 days.
2 minutes.
150 days. Because I go based off of what I see in the code, but the code might not be up to par as far as the reality and things in real time. But as far as the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute, their job is to preserve culture and what have you, right? And then it's for your job to promote it. As far as ever since this bill has been implemented, how many conversations have you had with the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute to make sure that we keep our culture alive?
Assistant Commissioner Henneman, because the Division of Festival falls within the Department of Tourism, we are closely engaged with most of the cultural committees.
How often do you meet?
I can't say it's an ongoing process. We don't have stationary meetings, but we do meet to discuss different things as we sponsor different events.
Because I'm going to tell you this, it was sponsored primarily by Senator Myron Jackson, and we know Senator Jackson loves his culture.
All right.
Not saying we don't in here, but he loves his culture. And I want to make sure that we put the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute further up on the priority list. Because yes, we have a diverse community here in the Virgin Islands, people from all walks of life, St. Kitts, Antigua, or whatever. But when you come to the U.S. Virgin Islands, you're basically saying, I accept this place as my home. And that culture needs to be relayed to locals, everybody who set foot on this shore. And I want to make sure you place that to your priority. All the walking up and things, that's going to come. But we want to make sure that the culture is to the forefront. And to be honest with you, the first day of the village should be more cultural than every other night. That's when the governor is there, the senators are there, and all of us saying, yes, we love the Virgin Islands. We have to preserve that. So, can you do that for me and just put that to the forefront, the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute?
Yes, Senator, we'll take that back.
Mr. Chair, one last question, if you don't mind.
Please proceed.
As far as your accounting, who handles the accounting and oversees these reports and compile those reports after the festivals or carnival?
Assistant Commissioner Henneman, we have a Director of Admin and Management that works with the Division of Festivals, and the executive team headed by the director goes over all the documents.
Can you name those individuals on the record, please?
Sure. It would be the Commissioner Joseph Basholti, Assistant Commissioner Alan E. Henneman, and Jamila Miller-Christopher, Director of Admin and Management.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm just going to wrap up by saying Act 8153 was because of a lack of transparency in a finance committee hearing in the 32nd Legislature of the Virgin Islands. When this bill was passed, I was one of those individuals a little questioning it, but it worked. It worked. You need some fine tuning, but at the end of the day, I will vote my conscience when time comes.
Thank you, Senator James Sr., for your line of questioning. And we're going to now move on to Senator Maurice James for her 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. It is still morning, right? No, it's not. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you for providing your perspective and actually your lived experience in the case of Mr. Ferdinand and Ms. Francis. Thank you very much for that. That was valuable. I want to ask, there has been a focus by my colleagues on the local Calypsonian. So when was the last time we've had a local Calypsonian show in the village? And going forward, because of the concerns voiced, will there be a night where we can hear the local Calypsonians exclusively?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. We look forward to 2024-2025 Crucian Christmas Festival to have the Calypso show in the village. That was the intent in 2023-2024, but the Calypsonians opted to not have it hosted in the village. But we are very much so interested in hosting the village. On April 27th, here in St. Thomas, we'll be having the Calypso Monarch in the village as well. And so we look forward to that show.
Thank you. I want to focus on the Assistant Commissioner Henneman's testimony, specifically your statements twice, saying that that operationally there was a lack of a unified base and that they competed with each other. And you repeat it again later on when you say that as the aggregated unit without competition. And I'm trying to understand, when you say without competition, how can there be competition when in fact they are all separate events at separate times throughout the years? Can you please elaborate on your statement with respect to competition between the different festivals?
Certainly. Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism. When we speak about competing against each other, if you're working in isolation as three separate entities, then you don't have the same internal knowledge when you're putting on your event. So example, you may be going for the same resources. You may be using the same vendors. There may be, if I am in St. Croix, I may want to use 3 artists that St. Thomas wants or St. John wants. So the competition is it's natural that you're not sharing the information across a base.
I understand what you're saying, but let me ask this directly. So if certain artists are appearing for the St. Croix Festival, they're foreclosed from participating in the St. John Festival, for example? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to understand.
No, but if you're growing an event, having the same person come to every one is not in your best interest. If we're planning 3 events on a base, then we can look at how we can iron sharpen iron. So if I use St. Croix as a catalyst for this person, then I can pivot for St. John and St. Thomas.
Got it. I have a question. Thank you for that. I have a question for the Director of Festivals, Ian Turnbull. How does your position differ from the Assistant Director's position and the three of them, right? How does your position differ, especially when it comes to your position as a Director of Festival and you being on St. Thomas, with the Assistant Director for the St. Thomas Virgin Islands Carnival?
Good afternoon, Senator James. Ian Turnbull, Director
2 minutes.
for Division of Festivals. So my position is more from a macro, 30,000 feet. And the assistant directors are more micro. So they're on the ground engaging with the community, engaging with the cultural stakeholders, culture bearers, And big picture is where I fit in terms of making sure, one, policies and all of those things are met.
Yeah, I have limited time, but you answered exactly what I wanted you to answer, which is that each director, assistant director, is on the ground on their respective island, planning for the next time there's a festival. And I want to ask this because I agree with the former Senator Saru. I don't understand how an assistant director can then move about the 3 islands and not focus on planning the next year. I mean, it seems to me as if you're saying that for St. Croix, then I abandon St. Croix. I'm a Crucian, so I'm focusing on St. Croix right now. I abandon St. Croix as soon as that festival is over, and I begin to focus on St. Thomas. And then I leave St. Thomas, and then I begin to focus on St. John. And so when St. John focus is finished, are you then saying from January to July, if I'm the St. Croix assistant director, my focus is now on these 2 other venues, and then I only have, that applies to the other assistant commissioners, of course, but I'm using that as the example. I don't see that as being very efficient and effective in the promotion and execution of a festival. And I wanted to ask, if I may, when you answer, really ask the Deputy Commissioner, Shamari Haynes, how long does it take to really produce a successful festival? Thank you. I think my time was called, so, but I really want that answered because I don't see how you can, you dilute my time and energy and efforts with respect to a particular festival by the present framework that you have here, talking about unified and one Virgin Islands. I have 3 children, and it's one family, but each child has a different need. And I keep saying that. So let's stop with this unified when it doesn't really apply in situations like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Point of clarification, Senator James Sr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just want to clear the record. I was under the impression earlier, every time you heard me mention the Virgin Islands Heritage, the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute, I was thinking of the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts for some reason, so my apologies. But just want to clear the record. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Francis Heilegger, and also now a point of information by Vice President Blyden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information is in respect to number of days. Let me ask Mr. Turnbull. I know that the state in St. Croix are 10 days. How much days do you have for the St. Thomas Carnival?
Village in St. Croix is actually 12. Okay. In St. Thomas, it's 9.
9?
It's going to be 9, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice President. Is there a reason for the amount of days in both?
Good day. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Each island is unique. That's what we're having the conversation about.
Okay, very well.
Excuse me, Senator. I think Senator James asked a question that we did not respond to, so I just wanted to clarify. She asked a specific question about how we move the assistant directors, and I just wanted to state for the record, Assistant Commissioner Henneman, that when we execute an event per island, the lead is the lead, and if an assistant director comes over, they are in support. It doesn't negate that we are taking away time from the other festival, but Deputy Haynes is a prime example. He is the master at pageants. So if we move him from St. Croix and he comes to St. Thomas, he brings a wealth of knowledge and great feedback that helps us to strengthen the product for St. Thomas and St. John as well.
Okay, thank you. And being that you mentioned pageants, my office has received a number of concerns pertinent to pageants in the sense of them having to raise funds in order to be able, or points be deducted. I'm not sure why this practice is taking place.
Points being deducted for raising Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I would have to look into that with the committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague, Senator Maurice James, is asking that Deputy Commissioner Haynes answer her question, so I'm not sure if you got that. Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. So my day-to-day with the planning of Crucian Christmas Festival, it's a year-long worth of planning. As the Crucian Christmas Festival wraps up, the planning starts. The booking of artists, the conversation in regards to what changes we may want to implement or make, what additional events we would like to add to the schedule. We begin to then host meetings with for example, the boot owners. That usually kicks off in August. The planning for the Miss St. Croix pageant and the Prince and Princess pageant have already begun. I talk to my chairpersons almost every day, literally. I spoke to Bradley Christian yesterday about the food fair. So we speak all the time. The planning is, again, a year-long worth of planning. And then when I head over to St. Thomas or St. John to assist with their events, for the most part, my ducks are already lined up. I am right now preparing to get the branding, quote unquote, for the Crucian Christmas Festival prepared. Usually, they've taken photos and putting together of the concept for the upcoming Crucian Christmas Festival. Usually takes place in May. So all of that planning is actively taking place right now.
Okay, thank you for your response. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. I want to start by commending the sponsor of the measure. This is based on concerns from members of our community and stakeholders of the festival. So, this discussion reminds me of my legislation to reinstate the District Horse Racing Commission. After hearing the testimony from testifiers, whom I thank for being here and willing to share their experience, it is evidence that this bill is much needed. Of course, tweaking has to be made and amendments will come forth. Like in all measures and legislations that pass through this body, there's always input from stakeholders, information that is shared here on the floor that can enhance and improve what we have. But the discussion we're having here this day really is about parity. And it's about really the spirit and intent of the original Act 8153, that I believe that we've been missing the mark. We've been missing the mark when it comes to identifying, recognizing, and promoting the uniqueness of each district, and also having venues by which individuals from that district can communicate their feelings and concerns, and ensuring that those are heard and implemented. So I welcome this measure, and it's one that I support fully. We've heard in the testimonies shared today that there are concerns, and of course, the measure doesn't address all the concerns, and it's not a savior that would correct all the problems, but I think it's a step in the right direction when it comes to the intent of what the original author of 8153 and many others been pushing forward. Each island, each district is unique, and we have to be able to recognize that uniqueness and ensure that we work collaborative in that area. For the last two festivals, we have had an outcry in our community, especially here in the district of St. Croix, with regards to festival. From the shortening of the days of the festivals, to the selections of the acts, the lineups for the village, to the changing of names, to the increase in the price for booth owners. Clearly there is a bit of disconnect, and we have seen some changes when this outcry from the community has hit our social media and radio waves, that the Department of Tourism, Division of Festivals, then reacts and produces some changes. But clearly we need to improve and do better. And I agree with my colleague, Chair of the Finance Committee for St. Thomas, that every legislation takes time to be able to get through its implementation process. But nevertheless, I think it's time that we get our act straight. And I think that this measure that has been presented today will assist in creating a framework that would bring us a little bit closer to that. So that's why I stand in support. I can say, being a senator from St. Croix, that I've received multiple calls during the announcements of the lineups for festival, during the scheduling of events and activities, the outcry of members of the community feeling defranchised based on when they compare and look at what's happening in the carnivals and villages, the village over in St. Thomas. Now, regards to the question that it's been on the floor
2 minutes.
For a while, with the time to end the village on St. Croix, this year the village was ending at midnight. Does that mean that the village on St. Thomas will end at midnight?
Good afternoon, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. The village did not end at midnight in St. Croix. It ended at, I would say, 2 in most nights. And so there were the
You evaded my question, Director Turnbull. Clearly, you stated before on the record that based on the information you received from other departments and agencies, made the executive decision to end early around midnight time based on previous villages. And my question direct to you is, what time will St. Thomas Village end?
7 p.m. to 1 a.m. is the time slated for the village nights. That was the same time that was done in St. Croix every night.
Well, thank you for answering my question. Also, within the Latin nights in the village of St. Croix, members of this district have shared their displeasure with the selection of the lineup. How is the process done in order to select the acts and lineups for the village nights? Because members of our community have been sharing that the quality of selection has not been the best, and comparing to other selections in the District of St. Thomas.
Time.
Good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. We actually reach out to the Latin community, Latin stakeholders, Mr. Rubin, and if you're listening, thank you for your assistance this year in St. Croix. And so we reach out to the Latin community, Ms. Cintron. We reach out to them and ask them, give us your wish list of what you would like to see in the village. And then we go out and procure those artists. So it is not done by Ian, Shamari, Alva. It's done by the community. We reach out to the community. Same as the village lineup. For the entire village lineup, we do a poll asking the community who would they like to see, and then in turn we bring those artists into the village.
And that poll is circulated to who in the community? Because I don't remember seeing a poll.
We leverage it on our social media accounts.
And I know my time has been called, but Mr. Chair, if I may.
Proceed.
One last question. Regards to donations and sponsorship received for the village or the festival or carnival, how many accounts does the department hold for regards to placing those funds, donations or sponsorships?
So we have 3 external bank accounts that takes in sponsorship funding.
Do you have one for each district?
Yes, correct. One for each island, not district.
One for each island. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Mr. Turnbull, your position, can it be held by anyone from St. Thomas, St. Croix, or St. John? Does it matter?
Good day, Senator Heiliger. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Yes, it does not matter. It's not subjected
to St.
It just happens
to be held by somebody in St. Thomas this time around.
Correct.
Okay. For any of the directors that are here, where do you guys, each of you, reside?
Halva Hart, Assistant Director, Division of Festival, St. Thomas.
The gentleman. St. Croix?
Marie Chamar, Commissioner, Department of Tourism, St. Croix.
Okay. Do any of you feel that you have less power in running each specific district or specific island festival currently as it stands being an assistant director?
Halva Hart, Assistant Director, St. Thomas. No, ma'am.
St. Croix?
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. I don't necessarily think it's a lack of power. I've made this clear internally with the team that parity is important, but also support, which I receive, but not in the level that I would like to receive it. And I don't think that is to any fault of anybody internally. It is just a present makeup.
Okay. So you are one of them that believe the makeup needs to be altered? Because you're telling me,
I'm 50.
Well, let me say this. You're telling me you get the support you need. Y'all have y'all own separate bank account. You participate in the process of reaching out to the community to make sure that your festival is crafted specifically for your island district. But you're still saying, like, you don't know. I need definitive answers because this is starting to sound like more like trying to divide St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix again. And I'm just going to be honest with you. This is what it sounds like. Because the director could be from any island. Each one of these individuals are in the district they belong from, where they're born, they're raised, or they live there. So what you put forward comes from your community. So I'm a little confused at this conversation. Because when I heard my colleague brought up about the horse racing, I was one of them that voted against that because I saw that as another division bill. That's just who I am. I all for us working together. And if we have one territorial person and an individual assistant director that focuses on their island, I'm still trying to figure out what the issue is. I am genuinely trying to figure out what the issue is. And with that horse racing bill, y'all personally, in my opinion, shoot at yourself and at your foot. Because when y'all came with the measure trying to state that St. Croix was putting in money, you didn't calculate to verify that the St. Thomas had put in over $300,000 into that account. And when you separate it, the money now stays in St. Thomas and St. Croix ain't got nothing. And when we were willing to unify, it would have been one Virgin Islands sharing that money. We have to stop this division. I don't see the need for this. And I understand, but there are other ways to make sure that each island district get the support they need. That's how I personally feel. And I understand the concerns of this bill because I was then a member of the institution. I worked here when this bill was crafted under former Senator Jackson and former Senator Saru. So I understood what they wanted to do. And I'm not going to sit here and lie to the public where I feel sometimes things get a little bit skewed. And I think it needs to be tightened up. But this route is not it. It's just not it.
We have to figure out how we could collectively work together as one territory with individuals that are focused on their festival. At the end of the day, it is called the United States Virgin Islands. We are all unique. St. Thomas Festival is different from St. Croix. St. John is different from St. Thomas. They're all unique. And to go the extra mile, we made sure to find people from those areas to guarantee that that uniqueness stayed intact. But here we are again. Another problem. And it's all because you tell me, and
2 minutes.
From what I'm hearing out of the District of St. Croix, you tell me, what do you feel that you're lacking in support? Because you said you get support, but it's not what you think you should. What do you think you need extra? Because maybe that could have been an internal discussion as opposed to a senatorial one. Because if you are running the festival on St. Croix and you say, you know what? I think St. Croix needs a little bit extra of this. You know, there wasn't any argument. St. Thomas Village was open 9 days. St. Croix was open 12. I hear no complaints. So I'm trying to say, like, what exactly is the problem? Everything is not always going to be equal. Do y'all realize that the money spent on capital projects, more money right now is being spent in St. Croix than in St. Thomas District? We don't nitpick, but it's always something happening where they're trying to divide when so many of us work hard to make sure it's equal across the board. We might have a $10 pool. St. Croix might go with $6, St. Thomas might go with $4, and St. John might go with 0 at the time. It might switch up the next time where St. Croix get 4, St. Thomas get 5, and St. John get 1. Because it depends on the need at the time. It does not always going to be a situation where it's going to be smack down the middle. And it's never a situation. I love St. Croix.
Time.
I right now looking for a piece of land in St. Croix. I's a Crucian, Tommy and Jonian. Call me a whole all-in-one. We have to stop this division. And this is not it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heilega, for your statements and line of questioning.
Senator?
Please proceed.
Amari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner for Tourism. It is very important for us to note that the realities differ based on district. And I consider myself to be a Virgin Islander. And I try my very best not to lead with my emotion. Anybody who knows me know how invested I am when it comes to culture and our identity as Virgin Islanders. And I did not ask to be here, but I was one of them before the Division of Festivals who stated that tourism needed to take over the Crucian Christmas Festival, the Virgin Islands Carnival, and the 4th of July celebration.
Right.
I don't think that there is no need for me to have to defend my stance or the work that the Division of Festivals may be doing as a collective. I think that we're doing excellent work. And I am boots on the ground day in and day out. And it is very hard for me to sit here and play pretend because I am invested. Very invested. I sleep, dream, think, feel, and sweat who I am as a Virgin Islander. But it is very important to understand, I've said this to the team, parity is important. And unless you are a Crucian or a St. Jonian or a St. Thomian living on the respective islands, you do not know what the day-to-day challenges may be or how we may feel as a people. So, with all due respect, my stance is not to divide. My stance is to strengthen, but it is important that we do not downplay or put aside how Crucians feel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Francis Heilaga.
I need some clarity because I was speaking on the bill about division across the board of how the bill is put forward. But how you just responded, it sounded like you. So how you just responded gave me the impression that you took it at affront to you personally. And I need some clarity on that. And you didn't answer previously. Could you just give me some clarity as to what is it you feel that might be missing that we need to tap into? Because I want to make sure that St. Croix gets what it needs. And if that could be done by a conversation within the department, I am 100% in support of it. But we have to have conversations. This is not it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And if there is a response, then we would move on to the bill sponsor. Oh, point of information, Senator James. Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to also echo what was just said eloquently by the Deputy Commissioner. We're not talking about equality, we're talking about equity, and there's a difference. That's why as a mother of 3 children, I can say that I treat each one of them differently because they have different needs. And at the end of the day, you want each child to be successful. So when Crucians ask for equity, it doesn't mean anything other than we also want to be successful. And at the end of the day, you know, I live my life by saying if you become more, it doesn't make me less. That's all we're saying on St. Croix. Thank you very much.
Assistant Director, did you want to answer the Senator's query in terms of what was said?
I don't have a response, Senator. Thank you, though.
Okay. Thank you, Assistant Director. We will now move forward to the bill sponsor, Senator Franklin Johnson. Please proceed for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I see that this discussion needed definitely to be had. And I can say this without any fear, that I've been involved in a Wrong Festival and I've seen so much of the disparity on this island here. I've seen it. I've lived it. And I say this to Mr. Shamari Haynes without any fear. Respect you wholeheartedly. And there's a lot of questions that I will never ask you to put you on the spot with your job. There's about 5 more testifiers that wanted to come here to testify today. And many of them have this fear about their job. And that's what we have reached to in this Virgin Island, where people cannot speak freely because their job. And it's very sad. It's very sad when people can't speak freely and speak the truth to explain the shortfalls of this big island here. And we'll continue to have this. And this bill, no shape or measure, is about trying to stop St. Thomas from whatever you're doing, or stop St. John from whatever they're doing. But Jesus, I'm ready. Let this island speak and do what they need to do to make it better to know. I can talk about the cars that we bring over to St. Croix again, where the drivers on St. Croix only paid $300. And when I check the price of bringing a car from St. Thomas, is nearly $800. And when I spoke to the drivers who drive in the parade, they said to me, if I were getting paid $500 to drive my car in St. Croix, I wasn't bringing it. And you know what? It's fair. You know why? Because we ain't no car in St. Croix. That's far from the truth. When Carnival was, when our festival used to be ran before, the drivers used to get $500 to drive the car. It dropped down to $300 now. But yet you're paying nearly $800 to bring a car over, put someone in a hotel. And you know what? is fear. I listen, Mr. Ian Turnbull, can you tell me all the station that you just advertise the Festival of St. Croix? Can you list the name of the stations that you advertise on?
Good afternoon, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I advertise on Lima Rose Station. I think that's 105. 105 in St. Croix. I advertise on Aisle 95. I advertise on Mr. Pemberton's station as well. I also advertise on the Vibe and the Spanish station with Papi Love. So I advertise.
Let me stop. I go to Papi Love station every month. And during the festival time, Mr. Papi Love says he gets no advertisement. You don't even get your calendar. We have to send that to him. What about 97X? What about 1620 that you claim said? Let me tell you something. No, don't come here to play games with me. I don't play games. I don't do it. And these are some of the things that continuously happen. Prior to this year, when last have you had a Calypso show in the village of St. Thomas? I see you doing it this year. Prior to this year.
Prior to this year, we never had Calypso Monarch in St. Thomas's village.
So it's going to happen this year because you made it? You tried to force that on the Crucians them first. Where's your Queen Show going to be held at St. Thomas?
Queen Show this year is going to be held at the Elridge Blake Sports and Fitness Center.
Hey, Pip, thank you very much for that. Why not in the village?
2 minutes.
Why not in the village?
Good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. As my colleague stated earlier, there's a venue issue on St. Croix when hosting those events, specifically those events.
Please stop. My question to you is very clear. Why is your Queen Show not being held in your village? Don't tell me about St. Croix.
The venue that we hosted in is Elridge Blake Sports and Fitness Center, and that's where we will be hosting it.
And the question still remains, why it's not being in the village? That's a very simple question. And I'm quite sure you can answer. But when we talk about our culture, we talk about Panfest that used to happen at St. Croix, where all of the schools them used to be to Island Center, performing with pans. What happened to those events? We talk about our junior Calypso show, our juniors with King Darby and those Calypso young children. And I spoke about it when I spoke about Marshall Monsanto. He started out in junior Calypso show. I know he's a big artist that makes hundreds and thousands of dollars. But our children don't have this opportunity. That's why I'm fighting to make sure that this big island and children then get that opportunity. Calypso show now, you're talking about how much for a participant? Why did the participant fees got decreased?
So we had a good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So we collectively sat with all of the various Calypso groups, right? Calypso committees, specifically Mr. Dean Baptiste, who's the chair for St. Croix, and Mr. Darrell Scott for St. Thomas. We expressed to them that we want to do what we would like to do so that we can give better prizes is to essentially have a reduced participation. Can I continue? A reduced participation fee, right? And with that reduced participation fee, we can increase the prize money, right? So that's what we did. And we did that from 2019. The Calypsonians opted that, Calypsonians from St. Croix opted that they did not want that to be the case, and they wanted a $1,000 participation fee. So we brought it back to $1,000, $10,000 as the grand prize. I think $5,000 as the $5,000 as the second runner-up, and $3,500 as first runner-up, and $3,500 as second runner-up. We then came back this year again when we noted that we'll have the competition in the village. Having it again in the village for us is primarily because we're trying to preserve that culture. So we need kids, we need families to see it and experience it, right? It also gives the opportunity for the vendors in the village to make some money. However, when we came to our conversation with the Calypsonians, They said if we're not hosting it in the Island Center, then we're not going to be hosting it. Our problem with the Island Center is it's molded. It's molded very, very badly. The floors, the roof, all of those, the structure of that building is not safe. We would be having a different conversation if somebody got injured in there. Look how Division of Festival send the people them in a mashup building and get them looking crazy. Then the government would be getting sued for putting somebody in there. So that was the reason why we adjusted. And we adjusted because, again, we see the need to expand on these things and put them in a platform. You bring up Marshall Montano. He just stopped hosting his show in Trinidad to make sure that he helps propagate Calypso music. But guess where the Calypso music is? It's in their main square. So that's the same initiative that we wanted to hold. Why? Because we feel like it's losing its luster. We need the kids to see the culture happening. So I think we're on the same page, Senator. It's just changes a little bit.
For the kids to see voices partaking is totally different. You're going to have a Junior Calypso show in St. Thomas, are you not?
No, we're not. We're not having a Junior Calypso show.
Why are our children not being involved?
Senator Johnson.
Participants are not. We don't have any participants. Even with the St. Croix Junior Calypso show, I know Shamari has reached out to the entities in terms of what if they're interested in hosting it, and they've not hosted anything. But we're always interested in partnering with these groups.
Senator Johnson, your time has been called.
Can I wrap up with one question? Mr. Chair, may I wrap up with one question?
Please proceed.
My final question, Gombe, and I know I'm not going to get the truth. Have you guys finished paying all the bills on the island of St. Croix? Because I got calls from folks who did stuff from 2022 that they didn't get paid yet. From 2020, not 2023, sorry. Well, no, 2023 just gone. 2022, I'm correct. That haven't been paid yet. And every time they submit their bills, they're not getting paid. I've got reports from people who did work, service. They made an agreement with you guys and they gave you all a price. And by the time they got paid, they got 5,000 deduct out of the money straight across the board. There's a lot of problems with what's going on here. A lot. So please tell me, have you complete paying all the vendors and people who did business with Festival for 2023? Because I know you're into 22.
Okay, please answer the question and then we'll move forward.
Commissioner Henneman, Senator, we are still processing out payments for the festival. I just wanted to say something. Please note, if we submit a payment to finance and that vendor is taxed, that is beyond the Department of Tourism's control. So there are times that does happen, and that discrepancy is just as a result of a business turning in a payment and the Department of Finance removing taxes.
Okay, very well. Thank you for the response. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Colleagues, we have had a very robust discussion surrounding this measure, and we're going to give everyone a 30-second wrap-up beginning here with the Division of Festivals and then wrap-ups in the St. Croix Chamber.
Good afternoon, Senators and the listening audience. Again, Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner of Tourism. I just want to thank the body for giving us the opportunity to come before and speak to the people of the public. As we stand, one band, one sound, with a small team, we put on 3 world-class events. We all know that with any event, we can make improvements, but overall, the benefit to the territory speaks for itself. Whether it's St. John, St. Croix, or St. Thomas, we have seen growth for the territory for all 3 events and for the economic stability of the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much. And now over to the St. Croix Chambers.
Deputy Commissioner, Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. Real quickly, I want for us as a full
I
body
apologize.
to consider.
One moment, Assistant Director, I believe, didn't the Department of Tourism already closed?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. So we would have now Miss Rena Francis. She left? Okay. Mr. Samuel Ferdinand.
Good evening to all. All I'm saying to the committee and to tourism is that we, as Calypsonians, we would like to have a fair shake. It's a couple of years gone now since we had a Calypso show. We're not talking about a Calypso competition. We're talking about Calypso show in any village. Just like you bring in Marshall, Montana, them to show off themselves. I think we have Calypsonians here who would like to show off their talent also in the village. You know, have a Calypso show, not a Calypso competition. Because we do not sing unless they have a competition. And then how you going to want to pay me $400 to participate when $500 costs for one song? It's $1,000 it cost me just to sing 2 songs. So that means I come in to sing to you for free. And it's really bad that you will treat your own people like that. I don't mind you bringing in people, but look out for your own people first. The culture of the Virgin Islands is dying, and all because you feel like we're going to sing at the governor. You got to stop that. That's something you got to stop. You can't protect the governor. When you do something, you want to protect somebody, protect yourself then. Because you're going to go after you next. You understand? They must stop that stupidness, protecting a governor. If you do good, we say you do good, and if you do bad, we say you do bad. We all want one fair shake. Help the Calypsonians them to go places, just like the people you're bringing in people here. That's all we're saying. You know, we need a time, me and King Darby and all these other old Calypsonians who are accustomed with the culture. We can't see ourselves in the village for years. And you're bringing all these people and paying all these millions of dollars? Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand, and I believe that's everyone. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will go on a 2-minute recess. Unless somebody here plans to second. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is now back on the record. We've already discussed Bill number 35-0232. Do I hear a motion? Microphone for Senator Capehart on the island of St. Croix in the chambers. St. Croix media, we're not hearing. We're not hearing. Okay, so I'm not quite sure. Senator Johnson? I'm getting some hand signals over on the island of St. Croix.
Motion.
Oh, there we go. Okay, motion, Senator Capehart.
I move Bill 35-0232, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Section 339A, relating to the division of festivals by eliminating the assistant directors, increasing the number of directors from 1 to 3, and requiring each director to submit a financial report to the chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, be favorably voted on and sent to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move. The chairperson of the Committee on Budget.
Okay, motion properly moved by Senator Diane Capehart, but dies for the lack of a second. So order.
Point of personal privilege.
Proceed, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want for the people of the territory to understand that there's a lot of injustice happening in the way in which the festival, carnival, and celebration is being ran. This measure that I brought forward was just to try to give some parity and try to make sure that we preserve our culture. I could go on and on here today about this ingenuous things that was said on this floor today. I could go on and on about some of the things that I experienced. I take part in the meetings in festival in St. Croix. I've yet to see Mr. Ian Turnbull on the island of St. Croix. Didn't want to put anybody in any uncomfortable position, but many testifiers that wanted to come had fear about retaliation. Some of them that was here, and I respect Mr. Shamari Haynes all the way, but I could not ask questions that might have created problem for him and his job. I'm not here to do that to anybody, and I like when people come to the Senate that they be clean and clear. The end of the day, there was a lot said here today, and I sure hope that tourism will get their act together and treat the island of St. Croix a lot more fairer and do the best thing to preserve our culture and our history, because this melting pot here in St. Croix have a lot of culture, a lot of history that is being gradually reducing to nothing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all my colleagues for their non-support. It's nothing personal. Have a wonderful day to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Point of personal privilege, Senator Frances Heiliger.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to share that in this conversation today, I thought it was very important to note that as much as we did not support this piece of legislation, we support festivals across the board, specifically on each island, to stress their uniqueness. I think what was missing here today was the financial aspect of it, because that is very important to show that the dollar amount is equal between each district. I think even specifically a little bit less on the island of St. John. And for me, when I make decisions, I am about inclusivity. And if we have an issue or a concern as to how we bring about the festival specifically on the island of St. Croix, I think those conversations need to be had. My colleague has shared that he's concerned about people being threatened with their jobs. I am not aware of that, but if that is something that's real, I don't have a problem having a personal conversation off the Senate floor to show that how I myself and some of my colleagues could assist with getting this resolved internally within the Department of Tourism, because at the end of the day, these festivals are our culture, they are who we are, and if we have to do what we have to do as representatives to guarantee that our culture is preserved through these festivals, we will do what needs to be done. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heileger. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is going on a 20-minute recess.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby out of recess. For those who are just tuning in, we just heard testimony on Bill number 35-0232, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Section 339A, relating to the division of festivals by eliminating the assistant directors, increasing the number of directors from 1 to 3, and requiring each director to submit a financial report to the chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by yours truly, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Unfortunately, the measure before us at the time, which was Bill number 35-0232, failed. So now we're on the second item of today's agenda. And Mr. Clerk, can you just read block number 2 into the record? Thank you.
The committee will receive an update on the overall status of the USVI Office of Cannabis Regulations, including the implementation of Act 8680 and licensing procedures for the cannabis industry. Invited testifiers, Dr. Catherine Ken, Chairperson of the Cannabis Advisory Board, Virgin Islands Cannabis Advisory Board, Mr. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the Honorable Natalie E. Hodge, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and Ms. Lorraine Fredericks, Director of Business and Administration, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So here we are to receive an update on the overall status of the USVI Office of Cannabis Regulations. And we will start with the testifiers introducing themselves and their titles. And from there, we will go into testimonies.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Chairman. Lorraine Fredericks, Director of Admin and Business Management at Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you both for being here. We may proceed with the reading of the testimony.
All right, well, good day. Again, my name, Honorable Senator Javon E. James, Senior, Committee Chair, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Committee Senators present, non-committee Senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Today, I certainly want to express our gratitude in being invited to share in this period of testimony. Ms. Hodge, Commissioner Hodge, is not able to make it here today, but certainly would have loved to participate in sharing with you. Now, I am accompanied by Ms. Lorraine Fredericks, Director of Business and Administration for the DLCA, and in my prepared testimony, I was prepared to indicate Dr. Catherine Keene, Chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board. Thank you for providing the DLCA with the opportunity to testify before the 35th Legislature on the following items: implementation of Act 8680, status update on the necessary personnel to carry out the duties of the Office of Cannabis Regulations, path moving forward for the implementation of the medical and adult recreational cannabis industry, and discussions on the licensing procedures for the cannabis industry. Act 8680 amended Title 19 VIC by amending Chapter 34A to expand the legislation of the legalization of cannabis from medical use to include adult use cannabis, and provides for the promulgation of rules and regulations related to the cultivation, manufacture, sale, dispensary, testing, licensing, and the prerequisite and and the prescriptive and sacramental use of cannabis. The licensure and issuance of permits to cultivate, manufacture, dispense, research and develop, testing, adult use, temporary use, and consumption. The creation of medical cannabis certifications forms, medical cannabis registry, and medical cannabis patient cards, and a verification system. Now, so that you understand that the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs stands ready to provide the Office of Cannabis Regulation assistance it needs to ensure its success. Currently, the DLCA Business Office provides the OCR with administrative support, specifically assists with providing office space, fiscal management, human resource supervision, and many other administrative duties that are required. The DLCA is and shall continuously assist the OCR to ensure the success of the cannabis industry in the United States Virgin Islands. And it is my intention, and it was our intention, that the Cannabis Board representatives would give appropriate testimony in terms of the details of that implementation. And so at this time, I simply want to say thanks to for the opportunity to comment on these amendments, and we stand ready to answer any questions this body may have.
Thank you. That was quick. But I like it because we have to move on with today's agenda, but we will still take our time as senators to ask the necessary questions. So we will start off with a 5-minute round with Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Mr. Graham.
Good afternoon.
And thank you. And you all of, what's your name again?
Fredericks.
This is, go ahead.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Fredericks.
That's true. Ms. Fredericks, and thank you so much for your testimony.
1 second, Senator Blyden. I will start over your time. I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the presence of Senator Milton Potter and Senator Ray Fonseca. My apologies, Senator Blyden.
No worries, no worries. Understood. This was a very, very short testimony. Nonetheless, I'll ask some questions based on your testimony, so you can expound for me on the status of the necessary personnel in terms of carrying out your duties of the Office of Cannabis Regulation. Where are you at, and how many employees do you have to actually focus on dealing with the regulations?
Good afternoon, Senator. Lorraine Fredericks. Currently, the executive director resigned effective March 8th, and currently we have no one serving in a capacity, and we have no employees at this time.
Now, the department, just to clarify, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs has rendered support in ensuring that the positions were appropriately advertised, and I believe it was the enforcement office managers. Those positions were advertised, and I believe we received the resumes. We just have not yet completed the selection of appropriate candidates.
So in the interim, since the resignation, who will carry out those interviews, etc., in respect to onboarding those individuals?
And so we've had conversations trying to make sure that we don't delay in that process, and I believe that the Cannabis Board has been meeting to try to forestall any delays in making that a reality. So there should be there is some activity that's taking place to make sure that those individuals are selected and in place.
And I know the resignation was unexpected. So what are you doing in the interim in terms of seeing how you can keep the momentum moving forward expeditiously, because we know we are behind schedule in terms of the industry. So what challenges do you foresee moving forward with carrying forth your duties?
Very good question, Senator. At this juncture, I am not prepared to render any additional statements in regards to that. And so we have, in the capacity that we operate, we have provided the requisite support in making sure that those positions were advertised. And we anticipate that the board and when selected, the executive director would be able to make those final decisions.
Okay, what about, since you deal with regulation and regulating the industry, what about the licensure regulations, etc.? Where are we at with that, and what can we see moving forward in terms of forward movement?
Again, these are, while DLCA renders the support, the licensing component, that is not the same as, and so we must differentiate. The licensing component is not the same as the licensing or business license.
Understood.
And so, as it stands right now, there are requisitions in place for the appropriate software and the other mechanisms to manage that process. And what we are prepared to testify on today is the fact that those were supported in terms of the POs being processed, etc. But as indicated, the information with regard specifically to those things would have to be provided either by the board or by the ED.
And in closing, in respect to timeline, as a result of the resignation, what does that do to your, first of all, what timeline did you guys have, and what does that do to that timeline in terms of getting to where we need to be? Because I know it's a challenge, but I would like to have some type of reality so we can know where we are at and what type of assistance we can bring to the table.
Yeah, Senator. It's a good question. I am not prepared to answer that question today. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, for your line of questioning. Colleagues, I'm going to give everyone 5 minutes. You don't have to use all of it. Senator Director Hannah Carty, former Executive Director Hannah Carty, submitted a 25-page testimony, very lengthy, based on the conversations my office had with the Commissioner of DLCA. If I'm not mistaken, there's a cabinet meeting here today. So she's not here today. So things happen how it happened, and it is what it is. But this opportunity for my colleagues to ask whatever questions they may have, and you don't have to use your 5 minutes. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized. Point of information, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
The Chair just spoke about the fact that the former OCR director submitted a lengthy report.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all have that report?
No, Senator.
You see the problem? See, this is serious business, and you know that report came before the institution of the legislature, and I know that the Chair spoke about the report. But we have to respect the process. Mm-hmm. And I'm not speaking about you, but you know, if a report came, the former director should have sent that report at minimum to the board members and the Commissioner of Licensing for vetting, review, and then it would be okay to send it to this body. Yeah. But I am not going to sit and read the report now that I know where it came from. We cannot operate this. This is not the Wild Wild West. We cannot operate like this in the Virgin Islands. Mm-hmm. There must be protocols in place, and I'm sure that the report has good information in it, but it has to go through the process. So when the former director, and I can't ask any of y'all that question, there should have been some exit interview and some discussion around the reporting and exactly where we are with things. I mean, this is, you know, the level of disrespect that we experience cannot continue. I just have a very serious problem with this information that was shared today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Assistant Commissioner Graham.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to your team. So you're here today to report what?
I am here to report today, as indicated, that the DLCA stands according to Act 80, according to the Act 8680, that we render the requisite support to the OCR in making sure that they have the tools necessary to be able to go forward. We have engaged in processing purchase orders for the types of things that they have asked for in the past, which were the computer systems and all of those types of necessary tools to be able to go forward. We have also supported the OCR in ensuring that the personnel needs were actually put through the process to be able to be so that individuals could be brought on board. Again, I am not in a position presently to testify to any individuals that were selected because that was not yet completed. And so my intention, my hope was to be able to stand by and support the team as they shared the supporting information. That has not materialized today.
So I don't need you to tell me what the position of the LCA, because Act 8680 is a bill that this body sent to the governor and was approved, that became the Act. So we know what is required by DLCA in that particular bill. So your purpose today, or you were sent down, have you had any discussion with the board, the advisory board, or any other entity to include your government house in regards to what you will be responding to or presenting here at this hearing today?
Me personally, no. However, we as a team have, we were anticipating, and if you see in the body of our testimony, that alongside the Cannabis Advisory Board or the board members, that we would actually stand by to answer for any of the supporting information that would have been asked of the DLCA.
Have you had any communication with any one of the board members? And why?
No, then that's why my testimony is specifically saying that we are standing by.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This hearing is really futile at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for that line of questioning. And I just want to continue to repeat that we had endless conversations with the Commissioner of DLCA. We did not predict that today was going to turn out like this. There were a lot of unexpected things that happened. I just want to make it very clear. What I plan to do is, if any of my colleagues want to say anything, this is the moment to do so. If not, I will put this committee in recess until further notice and reschedule at a later time. So if any of my colleagues do want to say something, please feel free to do so. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you. Real quickly, so I'd like to remind the public that legal cannabis cannot begin until the rules and regulations are implemented, etc. And cannabis is still a highly regulated substance, and it's still illegal in the territory, in federal facilities, etc., etc. So you cannot engage in these activities because it, at this time, is still illegal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And once again, if any, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All viewers, listen, and present. You know, when you listen to the news and you hear about the cannabis board and the
hold on one second.
Turn the volume up.
Oh, let me start from the top. Media, if you can just adjust the volume for Senator DeGraff.
Test. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. And Assistant Commissioner Graham, no disrespect to you at all, but really and truly, we came here to find out about a situation in the territory that, you know, it caused a lot of strife. We're here now, but to have you come here is like throwing you to the wolves. I ain't gonna leave it happen to you.
I don't consider you a wolf, sir.
Well, you know, I didn't say me.
Okay.
That's the key. But the saddest thing about it is, like I said, when you listen to the news, if I was a lay person and didn't know about the bill for cannabis, do you know how much the budget is for the cannabis? OCR, do you have the budget information?
Good afternoon, Senator DeGraff. Yes, the budget right now is at $1 million.
How much has been spent total?
Well, what we have done is we have encumbered some funds for the software products, which totals $200,000. We have also been paying the previous ED executive director her salary from that position, from that fund.
And the executive director, you know, I heard him talk about her being a realtor and different issues like that. Was there any type of conflicts in terms of her position with that title?
Well, Senator, I am not in a position to answer to that at this juncture.
Right, and that's exactly my point in terms of we trying to get the regulations and everything off the ground. They send you here, and the questions that are looming in the territory, you know, we have you here, and we don't want to be like we're trying to pick on you in any way, but it really and truly should be where Mr. Chair would just, you know, end this here, because, you know, it's not to try to be embarrassing, but it makes us look bad as if we put on a show for the people who are watching this. You know, so it's in futility where, you know, to hear a budget of $1 million, 200,000, different things, it's some issues, man. But thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. If any of my colleagues want to say anything. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Clearly, Ms. Fredericks and Assistant Commissioner Graham, you were to be here in a supportive role, to function in a supportive role. So it would definitely be unfair for me to hit you with the 15 questions that I had. It puts you in a real unfair position, so I won't really waste my time with that. I know that this government has established this recreational cannabis, and it was supposed to be one of the key pivotal pieces to our new diversified economy. And we have struggled really to get things moving off the ground, and that is disappointing. And it is my hope, Mr. Chair, that in the very near future, I think you mentioned about are you familiar with where we are with regards to the selection of a replacement for Ms.
So
Carty?
I did say that we are well along the road to making sure a new selection is announced.
Okay.
Again, I don't have the liberty of declaring who that is,
Okay.
but I know that active measures have been taken to forestall any negative impact from the sudden departure of our executive director. And so you should be hearing some information regarding that in the very, very near future.
How many members, to your knowledge, are currently active on the board, on the Cannabis Advisory Board?
The number is I'm not sure the exact number of individuals, but I do know that they have quorum and they have been meeting and advancing the industry objective.
Okay. Thank you very much for showing up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Milton Potter. Senator Donna Fair Gregory, a point of information. Or you 5 minutes? My bad. 5 minutes.
Need all 5 minutes, but while we have these professionals here, you know, it is their time. So I think that we need to make some good use of the time because they've been here and they've been waiting. And I know that we appropriated $1 million. When did we make the appropriation? Somewhere about 20. What year?
Senator Fred Gregory, Lorraine Fredericks, I believe it was in 2023.
Okay, so fiscal year 23.
Yes.
Right? And we are now in fiscal year 24.
Yes.
So the question that I have is, of the $1 million that we've appropriated, how much we've spent and in what categories? I'm certain that you have that information. And in what categories have we spent those dollars? And what are the things that we actually spent the funds on to date? Because it's important for us to know whether or not, you know, the work is moving along. So do you have that information you could share?
Yes, Senator Gregory. The information that I have is we have spent $200,000. Both of them are in for software for the cannabis products. Along with that, we have spent funds for her salary. And
do you have the breakdown of what you spent in personnel? So you spent $200,000 for software. So that falls under what category? Small tools, man, equipment, or straight equipment?
No, we have it on a small tools equipment.
Okay. So, and then you have what other categories? Personnel and fringe?
Personnel and fringe, I can provide you with that number at a later date.
Okay, so you don't have the breakdown?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what was the salary of the director?
$100,000.
100, and how long was the director on board?
She came on board, I believe it was in 2022.
Okay, so we've spent in excess then of 100,000.
No, Senator. There was another project she was under. There were two separate projects.
Okay, so when did the $1 million kick in to cover her salary? Has it been a year? What portion do you have that information? Is it 8 months, 10 months, 12 months?
It would have been from October of last year.
Okay, so it's a year. So it's October.
October. Yes, correct.
So you didn't start paying the salaries until October of 2023?
Yes, because there is another grant that she was also under before.
Okay, so is that grant associated with the Office of OCR?
Yes, it is.
What's the name of that grant? And what was the amount of that grant?
That amount was $250,000.
So there was $250,000. What's the source of the grant?
2 minutes.
I can provide that
Is it
information.
local money? Is it?
Yes, it was local monies.
So there was so in all then it's $1.250 million.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So and is there any other transactions against it other than the 200,000 and the amounts for associated personnel and fringe?
There was some travel.
Travel and what else?
There was.
Do you have the travel amounts?
No, I don't. I can provide that with you.
And what are the other categories?
And there was some advertising.
And advertising. Okay, so let me just ask a very quick question and then I'm going to be done with this. I guess I can ask this of Mr. Graham. Do you know whether or not, because there was a concern previously, I think Senator Fonseca brought it up earlier, about, the marketing component, about the fact that the rules and regulations are not in place. So it means that the reminder to our community that until the regulations are in place and we've set up shop in an earnest way, that the cannabis is not to be truly, the law says it's legal, but it requires policies, etc. The issue that I have is, and when we find ourselves in these types of situations, the executive branch or the board should be coming back to the legislature and saying, look, we know that you gave us what the timeline was. I don't remember. 90 days, 120 days, I don't remember the amount of time. Mm-hmm. We have not met the timeline. Therefore, we want an extension. Mm-hmm. It's one thing to advertise and say cannabis is not legal. But when you look at the law, and the law says within X days, then how do you actually penalize anyone
Time.
in your community? Can I wrap up?
You may.
How do you truly penalize anybody in your community that is in fact in what you would consider violation because the rules and regs haven't been passed? There's a responsibility for the board, the leadership, to send notification to this body to say, look, we have not met the implementation as per the law. And we need an amendment to the legislation of XYZ time so we can actually penalize individuals who are outside of the law. But right now, people inside the law, that's the issue. So that is something, if we take away nothing else from this conversation today, that's the takeaway. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, by any chance, did we receive any correspondence from Dr. Catherine Keene saying that she's not going to be here today? She's the chairperson of the Cannabis Advisory Board.
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. So I would have my office follow up with Dr. Catherine Keene because in the absence of the former executive director, we were hoping that with her being at the table, we could have at least had some level of conversation here today. We were really looking forward to a productive conversation, but certain things are beyond our control, and it is what it is. But I would really like for us to make sure that we have all the financial records, the documents, and to safely keep those documents so when we have the next Senate hearing, that we can discuss those documents and financial records. Can we do that?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Senator, we will make sure to have that.
Yes, because one person cannot stop the U.S. Virgin Islands. One person resigning should never, ever sink a ship. And I always tell my staff this. If somebody is sick, the office should still be able to function. And this should be a lesson learned. I understand that it's not the sole responsibility of the LCA, but my office did their due diligence to make sure that we invited Dr. Catherine Keene. No letter to this committee saying that she would not be here today. And it is what it is. But we will make sure the next time we convene this committee meeting that we at least have the financial records, the documents, so we can have that level of transparency and accountability when it comes to what's mandated in Act 8680. I am not going to ask any questions. I will leave that on the record. Today was still a productive day because we worked on behalf of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. But this committee will stand in recess until further notice. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby out of recess. I just received a text from Commissioner Lewis Peterson, the Commissioner of Agriculture, saying that there's an issue, and we don't want to belabor the issue because the next item on the agenda is until 4:30, which is Port Authority. So we will just adjourn this meeting, and we will continue with this agenda at a later time. So the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby adjourned.